Shabbat Shalom, everyone. We had a little slight dilemma, but it's been managed. It's been corrected. May the Most High be praised. It's got to be some way I can check this system to make sure everything is working properly. So give me a second. Okay. I think we have it all working. All right. Today's lesson, this second portion that we're about to embark into, is about proper methods to take a spouse. The proper method of taking a spouse. Now, I don't know if this is going to be recorded because you might not be able to go back and revisit this lesson. I'm not sure, but I'm doing my best to make sure that it is done. But I don't know how it's going to work out. But we're going to move forward. The proper method to take a spouse. It's going to be a lot of information here shared for a lot of the viewers to see. Anyone that is interested in anything that you see, that you hear, that takes place after the lesson is over, you can always contact me at a later time, email me, inbox me, and those of you who may have my contact information, my phone number, call me or text me, and I'll make sure you get a copy of the information. But this is going to be a very informative class. We're supposed to have a couple of people supposed to come in as guest speakers today. If they come, great. If they don't, then we're just here to do the best we can with what we got to work with. It's now 4:03. And at this particular portion of the day, we start off by giving a commandment. So if there's anybody in the audience who would like to be first to give your commandment to the Most High for this day, please do so. Just type it in the side of the room. Anyone who wants to give out their commandment, wants to be first, just type it in the room. And we'll address your commandment and we'll speak on it. And just when you do give your commandment, elaborate a little bit on it, so we can understand what you understand about your commandment. All right? So just type your commandment in a row. We're going to move forward, and we're going to dive into some of the things pertaining to this class for today. If you can, if you have, if you have a law to present, type your law into the room, and we'll break up your law, speak about your law, and also have your explanation of the law when you have the opportunity to type it into the room. What happens often is people like to use the 10 commandments, but we can't use any of the 10 commandments. We have to use all of the other commandments instead of the original 10 because we consider those to be commandments that everybody knows. So those are the easy ones. We want you to be challenged a little bit. We want you to think a little bit and present your commandments. All right. Nobody has posted any commandments as of yet. Okay, so I'm going to go and I'm going to give my commandment, and then we're going to get into this portion of the lesson for today. Don't know how long this class is going to last today, how long it's going to be for, but we're going to do what we got to do to make it a success. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. All right. Let me see what Zakim Abba would like to do with his commandment. Shabbat Shalom, Abba.
Shabbat Shalom, Prince. Shabbat Shalom.
Right. Did you have a commandment for today? Did you have a commandment you'd like to say before the family?
In just a moment.
Okay. Now, while I was reading, I was preparing for my lesson, the earlier lesson from earlier today. I came across a whole lot of commandments, and I said to myself, yo, man, this is what we got to do. We got to start saying commandments that's not so often mentioned in the, during class.
Mhm.
Some things that a lot of people don't think about. That a lot of people probably just forgot were commandments of the Almighty. We got to try to remember those things.
Okay.
Let's see what you got for us, Alba.
Bear with me.
So anybody else who's while he's looking, anybody else who has a commandment for today, y'all know this is what we do a week. Y'all know this is what we do. When we start the second half, we open up with commandments and we say a commandment, then we get an explanation of the commandment, and then we move to the next individual. Right now we got 900 people in the room, so we should have like 899 commandments posted on the screen, but there's none over there. So come on, family, let's see. Let's do it.
Okay, while they're getting theirs, I do have this, and this is kind of part and parcel of something that I encountered during this week. Vayikra, Leviticus 26, and 1, it says, "Do not make idols for yourselves, and do not set up a carved image or a pillar for yourselves, and do not place a stone image in your land to bow down to it. For I am Yahuwah your Elohim. Guard my Sabbaths to reverence my set apart place. I am Yahuwah." Now, the thing that stands out with me is there's something that I saw. We already know they already have action figures, dolls, all type of different things. They have technology now. You already know, like they have 3D printers. There's a device they have now. They've made available, and I forgot the location, but they're making them available in multiple locations where you can get a 3D printed image of yourself. You stand on a platform, or you and your family can stand on a platform, and I believe it makes it out of whatever type of polymer that they're using or resin that they're using, and it's even the colors and everything, and you can stand there, and it makes such an almost close likeness of you that it's uncanny. So you stand there, this thing spins around you and records your image, and 3D prints you an image, a carved image of you, your family, your whoever, your dog, your cat, your chicken, I don't care what it is. It'll make a 3D imprinted image of you. And people, of course, they take these things and, oh, it's cute, it looks like this. But now they have the technology people is bad enough that we're not to think more highly of ourselves than we ought to think. But now that they've gotten to the point to where they're just not simply making dolls, but they're making exact replicas of people. So, and also to pair along with that, there's I think it's like $1,000 for there's a lifelike mask that you can purchase, to where it's heinous in the sense that if you wanted to be somebody else for a little time, whether you want to be European or whatever, there's a lifelike mask that you can get, that you can pull over. It's form fitting, and the materials that they use are from the skin all the way down to the hair, that unless a person gets like literally just up close examination, they cannot tell. It's ridiculous. So making idols and making all these little false images is becoming state of the art now, even more so. Like I say, down to where they're 3D printing people. They're 3D printing people. Mm-hmm. And so, like I said, it's bad enough they're already making fake meat and making all this stuff, making dookie meat and everything else. They even have 3D printed meat. And so, and that's you talking about that's talking about garbage. But yeah, they're and so when I saw that, in fact, when I saw the technology, that is what it would immediately pop right into my ruach. It's like I say that, like, not to raise up and have false idols and false images, but now we can have any person that we want made a 3D model of them. And so it just shows the how much farther down the rabbit hole society is going, because where the creator says don't do it, and they say not only are we going to do it, we're going to make them look exactly like you. I yield.
That's incredible. May the Most High be praised. All right, Maisha puts up her commandment. She says, Wayikra, Leviticus 23 and 22. When you reap the harvest of your land, do not reap of the very edges of your field, Gather the gleaning of your harvest. Leave them for the poor and for the foreigners residing among you. I am the Most High, your power. And here's her explanation. The Most High is considerate of the poor and those in need, so he expects the same actions from us. I would say, especially to those that look like us. Okay. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. On one of those 3D images that they're making, how heavy are they? Lightweight. They could probably be hollow, but they're still, you know.
Yes, they are. They are hollow, and
Yeah,
they're fairly lightweight.
that's incredible. All right. So that's the commandment. The Most High wants us to be mindful and courteous of others and share with others and also prepare as future. If you look at that, it's the preparation for the future when someone else doesn't have. And how many of us even really take the time to consider what somebody else is missing out on in their lives and go out of our way to make sure that somebody else's comfortability in life is accommodated by our means. All right, we'll get it. She says, this reminds me of how to fast. We shouldn't fast to gain popularity or acknowledgement from others, but to do genuine good deeds for others from our Ruach as Ruachs. Okay. May the Most High be praised. She's absolutely right. You know, when we do things for people, we're supposed to do things out of the kindness of our heart because we understand that that's the right thing to do. We don't do it looking for something in return. I remember one time I tried to help somebody. I did help somebody and help them to ease a little bit of burdens on their life. But I wanted later on, maybe about a month later, I needed something or I wanted something from the individual. And I refused to go to the individual to ask the individual for that thing because I didn't want it to make it seem like what I did was in preparation for what I'm asking for today. So I had to go through life, and this thing haunts me all the time. I think about it all the time. I'll be wanting to reach out and say, hey, what do you think about such and such and such and such? Is that possible? But I hold my guards and I stand back and I say, you know what? No, because I wouldn't want to give it that false impression. You know what I mean? Like the giving portion, we're supposed to do the giving out of the kindness of our hearts. And because we know somebody needs, let me drop something on you. This is a key thing. If you're supposed to be a brother or you're supposed to be a sister to somebody and you see that they have a need in their lives, you don't have to wait until they come to you saying, hey, brother, you know what? We really in need. Can you help us with this situation? No. Matter of fact, it's wrong for you to wait for them to have to come to you to ask for what they need. I'm not talking about what people want. I'm talking about what their needs are. If you see that your brother or sister are in need, they should never have to come to you unless they're just lazy and they don't do for self. But as long as they're the types of brothers and sisters that you got in your life, and you're not going to have no trash in your life, but as long as they're the type of brothers and sisters who genuinely get up every day and go out there and hustle and grind to make ends meet or to get above the hustle and scuffle that everybody's seeing, as long as they're genuinely about that, then you are supposed to be genuinely about trying to help them to conquer in this life and supply the needs if you're able to. So I had a conversation with a brother one day, and the brother brought up a conversation about he was hinting around to something that I had did for him one day. And I said, yo, bro, that's not true. You're saying nobody's ever done this. I've done this myself to you. Remember that time when such? He says, yeah, but see, I didn't ask you to do that. He's right. He didn't ask me to do that because he shouldn't have to ask me to do it because I'm supposed to be your brother. Do y'all understand what I'm saying to you? If you know that your brother has a need and it's in your means to help your brother, then you should help your brother. It will be a shameful thing for him to have to come to you to say, hey, listen, man, I'm really hurting and I need this. So, it takes away from, you remember that commandment where the Creator said a man should get 40 lashes, but no more, so that you don't lose respect for that man? It almost takes away, it's almost on that same order. A man shouldn't have to come to another man to help provide for his family. He shouldn't have to. But if he does have to, it's because somebody dropping the ball, or this man is just not doing his job to provide for his family, so he takes the easy way out. Now, if you got somebody that's always taking the easy way out of the situation and don't get up and hustle and bustle and strive for themselves, then you got to sit down and have a talk with them. But you got that man in your circle, you need to have a talk with him. But if you got people that's really out there trying to get it and trying to make it, and it just finds it hard to manage or to get along, and you have it, and that's your brother, then that's the end of the equation. You should give to your brother. Now, I'm not saying you got to do this 5 times, 50 times, 50 times. If your brother has a genuine need, now let's say we're talking about somebody just a bum, because a bum is a different situation. The brother said, but I didn't ask you to do that for me. It kind of hurt my heart a little bit, just a little bit, but I understood. You didn't have to ask me. I knew you needed it, so I had to go and do it. It's just that simple. And I would pray that you would have that same attitude toward other people you consider brothers and sisters to you. But we don't have everybody thinking like that. And that's how you know when people are still stuck in their selfish ways, when they don't consider preventing you from having to come and beg them, because that's what it is. So many words, that's what it is. You're begging them to help you because in your mind, you know that they're in position to help. They got something that you need, and you got to keep asking, yo, bro, oh, can I have it? That's not right. If I'm your brother and I see your need, then it's my job to reach out to you to see if I can help fulfill your need. Other than that, we talking all this fake brotherhood and fake sisterhood. That's just the reality of this walk. That's how it should be. Any questions or concerns in reference to that, family? Any comments? Please feel free, type it in the room. If there's anything that you would like to say in reference to that, please feel free and type it. Abo, you want to respond to that?
Definitely. You're right. Like I said, there are some things that it's funny, just to almost kind of bounce off of the animation that you showed earlier. And it's kind of funny how they'll put things in cartoons. There was a movie that came out a little while back called what was the thing with the robots? I forgot the name of it. Anyway, but it had a bunch of robots in it, and one of the characters in there was name was Big Weld, and Big Weld had a motto: see a need, fill a need. In other words, if you see it, again, there's no need to ask. But if you see that something needs to be done, just step up and do it. Pay it forward, in other words. And a lot of times you have people that because of pride, because of, like I said, not because is one thing if somebody is just not grinding, they're not trying to do whatever they're trying to do and not trying to help themselves, but you know that they're honestly doing it. And a lot of people don't like to simply ask for help. And so it puts them in a place where I'm just going to try to do it. And if you see a person doing that, because again, like say, that pride definitely goes before the fall. And like I said, closed mouths don't get fed. But again, there are times when a closed mouth will get fed because they won't ask because, and especially when we, and I know it sounds like I'm jumping, but when we find that as we know and watch those that labor among us and people that we come in relationship with, you know, okay, this brother or this sister is the type of person, they don't like to ask for stuff. I see that they have need of, I'm going to do this in such a way, they don't even necessarily need to know what even came from me. I'm going to do it in such a way, and it just kind of goes to show that when, again, from the example in Torah, like I said, if you have a field, if something drops, you don't glean the edges of your field, you leave it right there. That's basically in essence, like say, the welfare system set up by the Abba for us so that everyone can fare well. so that those that don't have, not only are they gaining, in the instance of corn, for instance, not only are they gaining a few ears of corn that were not harvested, each ear of corn is seed. And so they're gaining seed that they can take and plant and bring forth an abundant harvest for themselves, or future harvest for themselves. So again, like I said, so yeah, definitely, like if you see a need, you should be able to fill a need. Like I said, we should be helpers one to another. And like I said, we should be prone to help. We should be more proactive, not reactive. And
Yes. But you know, part of the reason why it doesn't happen this way is because a lot of us have an arrogance about ourselves where we want people to ask us for things. We want people to be dependent on us. You know, it's one thing to build up a nation of people and everybody's looking for you for help. But it's another thing to empower a people, to empower a nation so that they can be self-sufficient and do for self. Because that's what this is all about. It's about empowerment. It's about how we can all get in position off the backs of each other so that we can provide for ourselves and someone else. Not so that we have to keep going back to the source every day for our survival. So if the people that's walking with me, if they all depending on me to provide for them every week, every month, every year, if they keep depending on me, then they're going to drive me drained. And I'm going to be wondering, wait, I ain't got nothing to do this for my life. So that's not the way we do things. What we do is if I help somebody, that person has to go out there and grind and get above the level where they require my help and help somebody else. And then that person that they help has to get above that level where they require that person's help and help somebody else. It's almost as if you hit the lottery today and you got $25,000 today in the lottery. Bang, we hit the lottery, $25,000. How are you going to spend that $25,000 to change your life so that you never see poverty again? See, that's what a brother does for you. When you got a real brother will step in, help you shape your life and mold your life so that you won't have to need that brother again. So then when you see that brother who helped you need something, you're able in position to help him. It's like a revolving circle. That $25,000 you spent, if you go waste it on things that you ain't never had, things that you always wanted, and things that's not going to profit you anything, then you've wasted it and you will soon be in need again. But if you take that $25,000 and invest it, talk to smart people and see where you can spend that money at so it can produce more money for you. A book I read a long time ago taught me many, many years ago that every dollar you got is a slave for you. Every dollar you get is a slave for you. Now, how can you make that slave create more slaves for you so that you will become wealthy? Because that's the ideal I move with. Every dollar I got, I don't want to go nowhere. I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to spend no money unless it's going to bring me more money. Or unless it's to help somebody else get out of their position that they're in so that they can stand up and then help somebody else to get out of their position. There are certain people who are in position in Israel. They only help you if it's beneficial for them. That means if it's going to line their pockets, if it's going to keep wealth coming in for them, then they'll help you. They'll give you a house. They'll adjust your rent. They'll fix it up for you. But you got to pay them. They'll let you borrow a car, but you got to pay them. They'll even help you get a car, but you got to pay them. You ain't paying back for the car you got purchased for you. You're paying rent to rent that car from them. And it's usually, if they buy a new car, it's going to be the car note plus a couple $100 tax. I know because I know people who do it. A couple dollars tacked onto it, but that's supposed to be your brother. And that's not even his business. He don't rent cars for a business. This brother do something totally different. But he saw an opportunity that he could come up off the back of somebody else. So that's what he did. He took advantage of that opportunity. We are not supposed to be those kind of people. If my brother or my sister have a need, I'll give you a real life example. I'm probably going to get a whole bunch of calls after this one, but I don't care. The answer is no. Leave me alone. I got a sister call me up one day. Toya know what I'm talking about. I got a sister call me up the other day. The sister says, this is about a month ago, maybe a little long, about 2 months ago. She said, hey, Prince, I need to borrow something from you. I said, well, what you need to borrow, sis? I haven't talked to this sister in a while. But she said, Prince, and that's not even important. It's just that I'm letting you know how it goes. She said, Prince, I need to borrow something from you. I said, well, what you need to borrow, sis? To her, it was a whole lot. To me, it was a little bit. So I was like, cool. Even if it was a lot, if I could do it, I would say yes. So she was so happy to get it. She says, Prince, I'm going to pay you back $25 a week, $10 a week, $50 a week. I don't even remember. But I knew it was a very small amount. So I said, all right, cool, sis. 2 days after she called, I get an elder call me up. And the elder borrowed quite a bit of money that I could have took and invested somewhere and did something with and made something happen. But I didn't. I gave it to him. Says, I came, if you need it, it's yours. He said, yeah, I need it. Send it to me today. Send it to him. Now, with each one of those individuals, I had established a repayment plan. Just give me back what I gave you. I'm not looking for no interest. Just give me back what I gave you. Both of them said, all right, as soon as I got it, you got it. And as soon as I can start making payments, I'm going to start making payments. The sister who borrowed that little tiny bit, who thought it was a whole lot, called me up one day crying because she couldn't make a payment. She kept saying, not actual call, but text. Prince, I can't. She might have even called me. I don't even know. Those things don't mean that much to me. It's the principle that means everything to me. She says, Prince, I don't have it this week. I know I owe you blank, and I know my payments are behind. However it was, the elder who borrowed a substantial amount, I haven't heard from one time. But yet he agreed to make payments until it was paid for in one shot. See, there's a difference. That sister can always come back to me and say, Prince, I need some help. Help me in this. And we ain't talking about financial. We could be talking about anything. The door is always open for her. But that elder, if I help him again, I got to be real careful about how I move with him because he didn't keep his word. You see, y'all understand what I'm saying about being accountable and helping people and looking out for individuals? You know, you got to be careful about how you put yourself out there. But at the same time, your spirit should be geared toward helping your people to get in a better position in life so that they can begin to help themselves. That's what it's all about. So we got to be careful in what we do, how we do, and who we do it with, because everybody not on the same mind frame as you are. People hearing this message right now, oh, he's a sucker. Oh, I'm going to get Prince. I'm going to find a reason to call him up and ask him for something. It don't always work like that. I had a whole lot of people call me up and I tell them I can't help you. A lot of people call me. I say I can't help you because it's like I can tell. A lot of us can. When people are out there scamming and scheming, it's a different spirit that they come in as opposed to those who are in genuine need. And if you know somebody that's in genuine need, then you do all that you can to do what you need to do. That's right, sis. What she say? I was just talking to my children's father about looking out for themselves while watching you struggle. Yeah, that's what they do. And they don't even reach out to give a helping hand. And we got so many of those people, and a lot of them are in leadership position. They're put in position as Maureen and Nisakim and all kind of Zakanim and all that type stuff. And they're supposed to be governing over the house of Israel to create his people, but they find ways to live up off your back, to keep you in servitude so that they can continuously get that money up off of you. And that's what they do. So let's get back to the commandments. May the Most High be praised. And Abba Rabbah for your comment. And Iman, thank you. Ishi, thank you for your commandment. All right. So let's do this. Sister Laurel, scriptures. Today, scriptures reading Devarim 18 and 11. And let's see what Devarim 18 and 11 says. Devarim 18 and 11. And this is how it reads. 18 and 11. Or a charmer of a medium. All right, I'm going to start from 18 and 9. When you come out into the land that the Most High, your Elohim, is giving you, you should not learn to follow the abomination practices of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone who burns his son or his daughter as an offering. anyone who practices divination or tells fortunes or interpret omens, or a sorcerer, or a charmer, or a medium, or a necromancer, or one who inquires of the dead. There shall not be anyone who does these things. The explanation, Leviticus 19 and 13. That's right? 19 and 13. All right, let me see. Leviticus 19. And I believe it's 19 and 13. Let me make a look, check a look just to see. 19 and 31. Okay. 19 and 31. Leviticus 19 and 31 says, do not turn to mediums and necromancers. Do not seek them out, and so make yourselves unclean by them. I am the Most High. That's a powerful piece. Don't make yourself unclean by them. I like the way that Sister Laurel, I believe that's Sister Laurel's, yes, how she went in and did the research, found another scripture to explain the scripture that she was presenting as her law about us. They inquire of ghosts, seek, okay, let me finish up where she left off. The Most High thy power forbids copying or defiling oneself with the practice of the nations round about us. They inquire of ghosts. They seek Matim, the dead, and inquire of Yidoni, wizards. Hear, O Yisrael. And we are to stay away from those types of things. May the Most High be praised. All right. Sister Saadia, Shabbat Shalom, Sister Saadia. We missed you earlier. May the Most High be praised. Proverbs 6 and 20 to 23 says, my son, keep thy commandments of thy father, and forsake not the teachings of thy mother. Bind them continuously upon thy heart, tie them about thy neck, for thy commandments is a lamp. For the commandments is a lamp, and the teaching is a light, and replies of instructions are the way of life. Very good, very good. And I think this is her explanation. When you take time to invest on learning and reading the word of the Most High, Ha Elohim, then his teachings will always guide us and keep us. For the Most High is a stronghold to his righteousness. Very good. May the Most High be praised. Very good. Sister Toya is on a whole rampant here. Sister Toya says, I was just talking to my child's father about people looking out for themselves while watching you struggle. We have to learn to help ourselves through, and that's correct. That's correct. All right. Are there any other commandments? Anybody else want to present a commandment today? Anyone else want to present any commandments for today? This is the portion where we're doing the commandments. Any other commandments out there that want to be addressed today? Okay. All right, then I'm gonna do my commandment since there's no one else who wants to present their commandment. Now, this commandment might be a commandment that a lot of you are not aware of, but we're going to say it anyway, just so that you understand it. And I believe it can be found in the book of Leviticus, the 17th chapter. I think that's where it is. Okay. It says you want Leviticus 26 and 40 to 44, 40 to 41. All right, Leviticus 26 to 40. All right, what was that? Leviticus 26, 20 to 40. And your strength shall be spent in vain, for your land shall not yield its increase, and the trees of the land shall not yield their fruit. Then if you walk contrary to me, and will not listen to me, I will continue striking you sevenfold for your sins, and I will let those of the wild beasts against you, I will let loose the wild beasts against you, which shall bereave you of your children and destroy your livestock, and make you few in numbers, for that your roads shall be deserted. And if by this discipline you are not turned to me, but walk contrary to me, then I also will walk contrary to you, and I myself will strike you sevenfold for your sins. Wow, that's deep. Oh, she said 40 and 41. Let me see. And they shall confess their iniquities and the iniquities of their fathers in their treacherous which they committed against me, and also they have walked contrary unto me. Very good. Thank you for that, sis. I think that was 2 commandments for you, wasn't it? May the Most High be praised. She's on a roll. She's touching on some powerful stuff. It's almost like if she was here earlier for the class earlier with the stuff she's talking about, how the Most High is going to get vengeance on us for us disobeying his commands. So may the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. Any other questions or comments, family? Any other commandments? Oh, I was actually given a commandment, wasn't I? Yes, I was. Now, this commandment that I wanted to give it's a simple commandment. No, you're doing good, sis. You're doing good. And I'm not coming at you. I'm actually giving you your props, because the spirit, although you was absent physically, your spirit must have been present, because the commandment you gave tied into the lesson that we gave all this morning. So one way, shape, or form, the Creator had you present. So may the Most High be praised. That's actually what's going on. So let's try to get this commandment going. This commandment that I have is a simple commandment, and it's a commandment that a lot of people should take into mind. It says, if a man dedicates his house to be holy to the Most High, it should be holy indeed. And that this man, in order to have his house redeemed, he has to go to the priest, and the priest has to set a value on the house, and he has to pay the value, and his house should be redeemed. So what is that saying? That's saying a lot of things. It's saying that a house that you dwell in, you can actually offer it up to the service of the Creator and have it holy unto the Most High. We can be in there worshiping. We could be doing all kinds of things. It doesn't have to be a house you live in. It could be a structure that you built for this service that you dedicate to the Most High. The Most High lets us know right there that that thing is accepted by him as an offering if you offer it up to be holy to the Most High. But not only can you offer it, you have to treat that particular place with a certain reverence, with a certain sanctity. You have to do that. If you don't do it, then you bring an abomination upon your own self. And if you do that, then the Most High will deal with you. May the Most High be praised. She said, I don't have to read all of it. Leviticus 24, 10 to 13. 10 to 31. Well, I don't know. I will see. Leviticus 24. All right. Let me see what we at. Verse 10. All right. Let me see what she wanted us to read. All right. Leviticus 24, 10 to 23. But you don't have to read. I like how these sisters just give us commands around here, Abba. You ain't got to read all of it. She just tell me, boy, you ain't got to read all of it, Prince. It's no problem, sis. I'm going to read it. But what I would like for you to do is type your explanation in so that when I'm finished reading, we can read your explanation so we'll know what it is that you were trying to say to us. So I'm going to read it now, all right? Leviticus 24, verse 10 to 23. Oh, that is a lot, but I'm going to read it. Now, an Israelite woman's son, whose father was an Egyptian, went out among the people of Israel. And the Israelite woman's son and the man of Israel fought in the camp. And the Israelite woman's son blasphemed the name and cursed that they brought him to Moshe. His mother's name was Shelomith, the daughter of Dibri of the tribe of Dan. And they put him in custody till the will of the Most High should be clear to them. Then the Most High spoke to Moshe, saying, bring out the camp the one who cursed, and let all who heard him lay their hands on his head, and let all the congregation stone him. And speak to the people of Israel, saying, whoever curses his Elohim shall bear his sin. Whoever blasphemes the name of the Most High shall surely be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him, the sojourner as well as the native. When he blasphemes the name, shall be put to death. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Whoever taketh a human's life shall surely be put to death. Whoever taketh an animal's life shall make it good, life for life. If anyone injures his neighbor, as he has done, it shall be done to him. Fracture for fracture, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Whatever injury he has given, a person shall be given to him. May the Most High be praised. All right. So what is it? She's just saying it's everlasting, basically, and it's not done. Wait a minute. But it's everlasting throughout generations, every Shabbat. Just saying it's everlasting, basically, and it's not done. All right, sis, I don't understand. But you can bring me up to speed on that if you choose. Please provide to us the explanation of the commandment that you had us read. May the Most High be praised. Okay. Are there any other commandments? Anyone else want to give a commandment for the day? That was the wrong part. Woo! Hey, Sister Natoya, maybe I should send you the link and you can come on here and do your own commandment. Since you got me reading all that and giving me the wrong information. Did you give me the wrong information, or did I not read the commandment as you wanted it read? Was I supposed to read something else, or did you give me the wrong location? Because I'm confused. Okay, let's move on until she gets back to us. All right. So yes, anything that you dedicate to the Most High, you have to treat that thing as if it's holy. That's why you dedicated it to the Most High in the first place. But if you have no reverence for it, why should the Most High have any reverence for it? And then if you change your mind and you want something back, and now you want something back that you dedicated to the Creator, you got to pay to have that thing removed from the Creator. And that money goes to the Levite, the Kohanim, and they get to do what they want to do with it. So may the Most High be praised. She wants Leviticus. Now, Sister Toy, you sure that you want Leviticus 24, 1 through 9? This time you sure? Okay. All right. Leviticus 24, 1 through 9. It's still a lot to read, but we're going to go in, we're going to do this. We accept your apologies. The Most High spake to Moshe, saying, command the people of Israel to bring you pure oil from beaten olives for the lamp, that the light may be kept burning regularly outside the veil of the testimony in the tent of meetings. Aaron shall arrange for its evening to morning, from evening to morning, before the Most High regularly. It should be a statute forever throughout your generations. He shall arrange the lamp on the lampstand of pure gold before the Most High regularly. You shall take fine flour and 12 beaten loaves of it, 2/10 of an ephah shall each loaf, and you shall set them in 2 piles, 6 in a pile, on the table of pure gold before the Most High, and you shall put pure frankincense on each pile, that it may go with the bread as a memorial portion, as food offering to the Most High. Every Shabbat day, Aharon shall arrange it before the Most High regularly. Now, let me say something to you, and I want to bring this out for those of us who believe that the day starts in the morning. Aharon, now watch this, because Aharon had to do this every Shabbat day. Ain't that what it say? Every Shabbat day, Aharon was supposed to do this. But if you notice, the Creator says up top in verse 3, outside the veil of testimony in the tent of meetings is where he's supposed to do this. Aharon should arrange it from evening till morning. So if the Shabbat day only starts in the morning, then that means that Aharon wouldn't be doing that commandment. But the Creator said that he shall do it on the Shabbat, and then he said day, Shabbat day. Well, a lot of people believe that the Shabbat day starts when the sun rises. But here, the Most High actually told him that he is supposed to do it from evening until morning. So once the morning rose, he wasn't supposed to do it anymore. So that's something for y'all to think about. For all of you who want to start the day when it's sunrise and say that's when the Shabbat begins, that's something for you to consider. That's something for you really powerful and serious for you to consider. Do I need to repeat it again? Okay. In verse 3, Leviticus 24:3, the Most High says that you're supposed to, I'm going to start at verse 1. The Most High spake unto Moshe, command the people of Israel to bring your pure oil from beaten olives from the lamp, that the light may be kept burning regularly. So we're supposed to light this light, and it's supposed to burn regularly. Outside the veil of testimony in the tent of meetings, Aharon shall arrange it from evening till morning before the Most High regularly. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. Well, he had to begin the process from evening till morning, every Shabbat. And down the bottom in verse 7, he says, and ye shall pour frankincense on each pile, that it may go with the bread as a memorial portion, as a food offering to the Most High. Then it says, every Shabbat day, Aharon shall arrange it before the Most High regularly. Well, it says every Shabbat day starts in the evening. He shall do the arrangements from the evening to the morning. But this thing had to burn all day. Now, but if you look at the bottom, it says every Shabbat day, verse 8, every Shabbat day, Aharon shall arrange it before the Most High regularly. So he had to set this up every Shabbat day. And he calls the Shabbat day from evening to morning, just a part of the Shabbat. But a lot of people teach that the Shabbat day don't start in the evening. It's just something that we have to share with people, because a lot of people have a different understanding of when the Shabbat day begins. And a lot of people are keeping Shabbat only in the daylight hours. So that means that law right there, they would have been violating that law if they did it that way. All right, Sister Natoya, you did a great job. Thank you for your participation. You done brought out something that I didn't even realize was present there. Now I got somewhere else I can go to write that in my book, Leviticus 24, about proving that the day starts in the evening, because that was a great point. Thank you for that, sis. Shabbat shalom, Sister Higdalia. Brahm, Shabbat shalom. Right. Told for the invite. She ain't even here. If people can't understand that, well, it's our job to feed people basic understanding. That's what we're here for. That's why the Most High called us out, to minister unto the people his truth. Okay. All right. The fact of Brahma, it may reveal their wayward. All right, let's get back to the lesson. Let's get back to the lesson. You're right. Birthdays don't start in the morning. Okay. All right. All right. So are there any more commandments you guys want to present? I think we might be done with our commandments. Do anybody know if Sister Chasey is in the room? Sister Chasey, if you're in the room, you need to log in now. Log in, log in, log in, so we can have this conversation that you were requesting. Is there any other sisters or brothers who want to be a part of the panel today to have this discussion? And today's discussion is on the proper method to take a spouse. Is there any other sisters or brothers that wanted to be a part of today's discussion? And today's discussion is on the proper method of taking a spouse. Okay. I take it by your silence or your lack of typing that you're not into this, that this is not what you want to do. All right. So we're going to move forward. We're going to bring up our presentation. Sister Chasey, if you're here, you need to come on in, sis, because we get ready to get it in. Okay, what is that? Okay. Now, some time ago, me and some of the other brothers from Temple Kifarim, we got together and we set up a structure for the temple. And I just want to basically go over some of the rules and regulations that we had as a part of that structure. So just so that you all can see it, know and understand the structure. But in this structure, we get into a lot of different things that are needed for Israel today. And a part of this structure deals with marriage and divorce. And that's what today's topic is going to be about, marriage and divorce. How we hit this structure was this. Now I got to take my hat off to certain brothers that was a part of this team. The late Nasi Kamul, he was a part of this. Moray Dr. Yoel was a part of this. It's another brother from Israel. It was several other brothers who was a part of this, several of them, but some names I care not to mention because I don't bring those names up. But it was several of us who were all a part of this. We would come together late nights, like on I think it was like a Tuesday or a Wednesday night, and we would discuss different issues that was pertinent to the development of our nation. Yeah, well, you wouldn't want to come, or you can just, if your children are in the background system and making noise, then that's not going to work. But if they're in the background and you don't want them to be seen, you can just keep your camera off. But it's cool. But we would like to have someone, to come in to speak. Sister Sadia, you always welcome to. You, your sister, your Ima, y'all are always welcome to come on as well. So this document, B'nai Yisrael structure, all praises to the Most High, we would ask that everybody incorporate this in their own structure as they're developing around the world. This is not a Temple Kifarim thing where it's exclusively for Temple Kifarim. You all can incorporate these teachings and this understanding in your structure as you walk wherever you are throughout the earth. All right? If you need a copy of it, reach out to me and I'll send you a copy. But this is some great information. B'nai Yisrael structure. You see that? It says the children of Israel structure, not Temple Kifarim structure. It's for the children of Israel. All praise to the Most High. It says the earth is in much need of order. In fact, that's why the Creator chose us to be the lawgivers and light to the nations, so that we can establish this order in all the world. In order to establish law and order, you must first be organized. However, today we have found ourselves in the midst of the course outlined in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. Although the state of our people has been horrendous and the curses have come to pass as foretold to happen, we are finding ourselves now shifting toward the redemption process as outlined in Deuteronomy chapter 30. I do have a spouse. Okay, Prince, I'll come up though. I do have a spouse. Now, I don't know nothing about that, so I'll know how relevant I'll be. Well, you could still come up, but you better ask your husband if you're able to come up now, so that if he gives you his permission, oh, you do not have a spouse. Oh, okay, so you don't have no spouse, that you cool to come up. It's not a problem. So my Isha is not present. I don't know how to get you the link. Do you have Aim Kater's phone number? Aim Kater, do you have her phone number? If you have Aim Kater's phone number, she can give you the link to get on the page. Well, let me see if I can share the link right here. I think it's a way that I can invite you from here. So let me see. Did I kick myself out?
Nope, you still here, Prince.
All right, I copied it, but I don't, let me see if I can share it with you. All right, I don't know how to share it with you from here. Yeah, I don't know how to share it with you from here, Sister Saadia. So either you can get in touch with Maisha, any of them, if you have any of their numbers. Princess, you might not be able to contact. Yvette Autumn, you might be able to contact her, or Aim Kater, if you can get in touch with her. If you get, because I don't have any contact for you. So if you can get in touch with it, or send me something on Messenger. Can't do it on Messenger either because it won't let me in. All right, well, I have to figure out another way. But it will be a pleasure to have you. Aim Kater, can you get with Sister Saadia and try to, some kind of way, give her the link so she can come onto the screen, onto the platform? The earth is in such need of order. In fact, that's why the Creator has chosen us to be the lawgivers and to give the light unto the nations, so that we can establish this order in the world. In order to establish law and order, you must first be organized. However, today we have found ourselves in the midst of the curses outlined in Deuteronomy 28th chapter. Although the state of our people have been horrendous and the curses have come to pass as foretold to happen, we are finding ourselves now shifting toward the redemption process as outlined in Deuteronomy chapter 30. The nations do not want us to organize, in better terms, unify our efforts toward a more righteous cause. Example, Mikdashim, joining together to help build schools, create jobs, better understanding of law, better health, mental state of how we conduct ourselves, everyday affairs as a righteous nation. And you'll find where they set it up in Psalms 83, where they try to prevent us from doing so. I think I got a way to reach you, sis. Hold on a second. Ah, boy. All right, that ain't working. All right, there you go, Sister Saadia. Try that. Let's see if that works for you. That might get you on. And that's for Sister Saadia. If anybody else chooses to use it, get permission before you use it, please. All right. Now, if you hit that link, it should bring you up. Creator will and we'll see. We have to let the difference We have to let the difference between clean and unclean, holy and unclean, become more visible within us and the nation. For example, men respecting women, women standing alongside their men, children who are not dressed appropriately showing their nakedness, people who detest homosexual and promiscuity. These are some of the ways that we can start promoting righteous unity. These are a few of the ways that we can start promoting righteous unity. Although a lot of our problems stem from the curses outlined in the Torah, some of them are a result of our mental enslavement and the conditioning placed on us by this captivity. We have to gain a better use and understanding of respect and order within our communities. We have to enact the laws of the Torah and execute them thoroughly. We can no longer afford to fear unity, but grasp it and reap the benefit from it in righteousness. We are in desperate need of our people to put our minds and strength together, working on one accord for one cause and for one creator, upholding his laws and living righteously. We have to get out of captivity and through the wilderness. We had to get out of captivity and through the wilderness. If we do not start doing something now, and I mean right now, we have guaranteed ourselves permanent citizenship in captivity and front row seat to watch as the Creator's chosen few are redeemed. Talkers and doers make up Yisrael. Which one are you? Which power do you serve? Yisrael, we must rise to the occasion. The children of the Most High, his chosen nation. For the Most High, we must work and look toward that day when we can go home. The ultimate goal is to go home, up out of the land of our captivity, up out of the land of our oppressors. For the Most High, we must work and look toward that day when we can go home. But until then, while we're in this land, survival is key and unity is the plan. Survival is key and unity is the plan. Now this here, we might have drafted this in, I would say maybe 1999, maybe. We might have did this in 1998, 1999. That's how long we've been together. Me and that little group, that organization of brothers. That's how long we've been together. Yisrael is not a cult. A nation that seeks their creator is not a foolish nation. We entreat the Most High with guidance, for guidance, as we attempt to return to the Most High as outlined in Deuteronomy 30:1. And when all these things shall come upon you, the blessings and the curses which I have set before you, you shall call them to mind among the nations where the Most High your Elohim have driven you, and return to the Most High your Elohim, you and your children, and obey his voice in all that I command you this day, with all your heart, with all your soul. Then the Most High your Elohim will restore your future, your fortunes, and have compassion upon you, and he will gather you again from all the people where the Most High your Elohim have scattered you. That's the promise of the Creator to us, the people. These are the core laws of the nation of Israel, B'nai Yisrael, sons of the Most High. We are descendants of the ancient Hebrews. The unique oneness and eternal nature of the Most High, creator of the universe. The truth of the Torah, the perfections of the Torah, which require no additions or supplements. The concepts of the holiness of the temple in Jerusalem and its site is a place to turn to in prayer. The beginning of the months in the biblical calendar days, according to the first visibility of the crescent new moon. The beginning of the years in the biblical calendar, according to Abib, state of the barley harvest crop in the land of Yisrael. The truth and prophecies of the Tanakh. the truth and holiness of the Torah and holy days, the concept of the coming of the Messiah, we will one day assume our rightful place in the earth by living the Torah in the land of our captivity. May the Most High be praised. All right. This is the portion that talks about bringing in life, about having children, prenatal care, and the things that you should do, welcoming in the birth once the child is born. This is the part dealing with funerals. When somebody passes away, different things that we should do, how we support them, and all those natures. Necessity prior to school, Israelites should have burials. And this is holy day attire and how an individual should dress going into a house of worship on the Shabbat day. And we have it for men and we have it for women. At our temple, all shoes must be taken off before entering the sanctuary. Whenever you enter into the portion where we worship at, where the seats are and where we serve the Most High and pray, all your shoes should be removed. Now, this portion is the portion of the day. This portion is betrothal and marriage. Betrothal and marriage. All right. So I want to remove this for a moment, stop sharing. And I want to talk to the family before we get into some of the things, just to see where we are. So sisters, some of you are here, and I would like to hear from you, some of you sisters, especially Sister Toya, if you wouldn't mind speaking first, if you wouldn't mind. What do you think the procedures are if you meet a man and this man is interested in pursuing you? What do you think are the steps that you should take after that? This man walks up to you and says, "Hey, sister, what's your name?" How do you proceed after that?
Okay, shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
I'm going to be in and out because I have babies, so they're making noises in the background. I'm trying to keep them quiet. So I will start by saying, if you have a father, you will go to your father, because a lot of times us as women, we fall weak for just visual, and we don't prove that partner, that man, before we actually decide to marry him. So that's just the start. I would say going to your father, but if you don't have a father, like I say, you have to prove that man, seeking a creator. Let the creator show you what's for you. And it was what really has been getting me is that we as women, we don't even take the time to know if a man is for us. We just jump straight into something and it become a total disaster. And I can take full accountability on it, accountability on that, because I've been one of those sisters. I didn't take enough time getting to know my child's father. And I feel like if I would have done that, it probably would have saved me, bringing in a child and having to raise that child by myself. I wouldn't have to go through that. And also just bringing a child into that trauma, because it's hard to actually balance out a marriage when you have even one unbalanced partner, whether it's the man or the woman, or just both of the individuals are unbalanced. It's hard to heal from trauma. So now you bring in that trauma to the children. So I think it's very important to actually seek out the creator and actually prove a man before marrying him. And it takes time, not just knowing. I don't even feel like a year is good enough. I think longer than a year. Because people are very manipulative, and deception is here, and we got to just take our time as women and stop running for the wrong things. And that's what we do. We let the wrong thing catch our attention, and then we're in a big mess. But that's all I have to say for now.
Okay, very good. But I got a question. Please don't hang up the mic yet. My
Okay, I'm
question
here.
was, my question was not to take away from all the wonderful information that you shared with us. That's not even the issue. Not to take away from that. But my question was, this guy walks up to you and say, "Hey there, shorty, how you doing, missy?" Whatever he say. What's your name? How can we do this? And you know his mind is the pursuit of you. How should you proceed?
Like I say, taking time. Just I don't
No,
know. It just depends.
you're missing my point. Pay close attention to what I'm saying.
What
This
I
is not a
proceed?
trick question, but I need verbatim what steps should be followed. This man walk up to
Okay.
you, you standing there waiting for the bus, and you got all 2, 3 of your children waiting for the bus. And this man walks up to you because this is everyday life for a lot of sisters. So when you speak, you're telling them they're hearing you, they're listening, and they're trying to
Mhm.
learn. So you're going to be teaching them right now. When this man walks up to them and say, "Hey, how you doing, Missy? What's your name?" How should they proceed from that very second while standing right there on that corner? What should be the next thing that come out of their mouth?
Um, should come out of their mouth. I would expect them to acknowledge that they're a servant of the Creator. For me, um, I can't really say because for me, I just look at people's actions, and I don't really know what I can't really speak on what they should say.
What would you
They
say?
can act well.
What would you
Me
say?
personally,
Say.
me personally, it
Yes.
takes a lot. I don't know what I would say. It just depends on if this man, who this man is, and if he have on friend. I need to know that he served the Creator first and foremost,
You didn't know he served the Creator. I'm listening.
wholeheartedly, and
Let's say, yeah, he served the Creator. He got on fringes. Yes. He got a Magen Dawid on his neck. Now, what's next?
um, I don't know because honestly, I'm not in that space right now. If that makes sense.
Okay. All right. I can understand
Yeah.
that. All right. Well, thank you for your input. Till the
Okay.
revive, may the Most High be praised. Don't go nowhere, though. Stay around. All right.
Okay.
All right. Sister Sadia. Shabbat Shalom, sis. Same question for you. How would you respond? You stand on the corner with your 2 or 3 children, and a brother walk up to you with fringes on, say, "Shalom, sis. How you doing? What's your name?" How would you respond?
I would be polite. I would say shalom. I'll tell him my name. I ask him his name, and I would assess the conversation, where the conversation is. What's his interest? Does he speak about the Creator? And then also, again, you have to assess why he's approaching. If he's approaching, maybe his wife is new to the neighborhood, and he wants her to have friends. Or maybe he's looking for something serious. If he's looking for something serious, I would consult my spiritual leader and have them have a conversation and assess how to move forward.
That's it? All right. Y'all gotta let y'all know she just dropped the mic. Y'all hear that? Bang. Say what she had to say and just bang. Now, very good. And Sister Toya, whenever you can come back, we appreciate you coming back. Now, both ways are 2 different ways that the sisters would handle it. 2 different ways. One way, she's not so sure how she would handle it. She have to be put in that situation to actually see how she will respond. And I respect that because that happens sometimes. That's right. The other way, the sister said, "Well, wait a minute, I'm going to talk with him and see where he's coming from, see what type of journey he's on. And then I would ask him for his number and give his number to my spiritual leader." Now, not just spiritual leader, she's also talking about maybe her Abba or her uncle or her brother or anybody that's in a superior position to her by way of a man that knows this way of life in reference to the Almighty, that she can give his information to so that they can get on the phone, call his brother up and get his brother an interview, because we need to know his position, his availability, and what his desires are for you. There needs to be a set up, established courtship taking place that's monitored, that's supervised, not just let them out to do what they want to do because they're grown. It's not like that. That's not the way it go. Hey, Brown talking about the leader going to take her. No, don't go that way, Brown, when you got real men. When you got real men, it's a different situation. All right? Totally different situation. Real men as your leaders brings about a totally different outcome. So now here we go. Here we go. Now the man in this situation that you entrusted to supervise the coming together of this relationship, how does he respond? So we got you here. Your daughter get a phone call from a brother, and that brother says, and your daughter said, and your daughter get a phone number from a brother, and this brother wants to meet your daughter, talk to your daughter, and court your daughter. She passes you the phone number. How do you respond to that brother once you give him a call?
Well, first I want to know, what are your intentions toward my daughter?
Everybody listen up, please. Carefully listen.
I want to know, what are your intentions toward my daughter? What is your spiritual standing? What is your financial standing? What is your mental standing? I want to talk to him, and I want to see where he's coming from. I'm going to take some time to interview him and to make sure that he's just not looking for a quickie and just looking for something to happen. If his intention is to court her and to get to know her, then understand, like I say, it will be supervised. And we're gonna know when and where you coming, and if before there's any going anywhere to do anything, I'm gonna meet you face to face. A telephone call is not good enough. That's nice for an introduction, but no, I need to see you face to face. I need to see you. That way I can read your body language. That way I can see how you carry yourself. I can see if you're gonna look me in my eye when you talk to me. I want to see how you shake hands. I don't want no weak-handed handshake. No, I want you to talk to me like a man. I want you to look at me, and I don't want nobody. And I'm not that I'm the most intimidating person in the world, because I'm not. I'm friendly. I love lots of people, and I can get along with pretty much anybody. But I'm not about the stupid. So I need to know where you're coming from, and I need for you to be able to talk to me and clearly explain to me what your intentions are. And if you come to me and you're like, well, Elder, at some point looking for an Isha, but I would like to get to know her first. I'm like, okay, then how long are you talking? What are your plans? And how long it would I just, again, the whole interview process is going to be to see where this man is coming from, to see how he stands. Is he really living this life? Is he really about this life? Who is your leader? What congregation do you belong to? And to find out what his spiritual standing is and his mental standing, and to make sure he's not about shenanigans. So I need to talk to him.
So let me ask you this question, Abba. So you said you got to shake his hand and make sure he ain't got no weak hands. What if he got a weak handshake? Then what?
Well, I need to know why.
What if you shake his hand and you squeeze his hand and his hand goes like butter in the middle of your hand? How you feel about that? What is that an indicator to you?
That's an indicator that either you're not accustomed to doing any kind of work, or if you come to me with a handshake like that, then there's some kind of holdback. That body language right there tells me there's something else going on ulterior. Because if you come, because also in like manner, you have some people that when they shake your hand, they act like they try to break it. They try to come in too hard. Again, a good firm handshake. We're not WWE. We're not in competition. All I want to know, if you got a good firm handshake, because if your handshake is all weak and all limp, then I really do doubt the fact that how you are going to be as a protector, as a provider. What type of because if you can't approach me like a man, if someone tries to come at my daughter And then if I got to come and step up, we both gonna have problems, you and whoever the aggressor is. So that weak handshake like that tells me a lot. And then you have the person with the super strong handshake. I'm like, either you trying to come in and be an overachiever, or you're trying to come in, either you just real excited and your testosterone is really high right now, or you're trying to come and try to take a superior position. Then you might try to be one of the overbearing ones. And well, you already know my position. Long as you keep your hands to yourself, you'll see the next day.
So
yeah, you can tell a lot from a handshake.
So let me ask you this.
Okay.
When you mentioned about the brother, you want to know about his financial position. Say the brother doesn't have a lot of money. Say the brother is working a 9 to 5 and he's pack bags at the grocery supermarket. Would he still qualify to be a candidate for your daughter?
Well, I need to see his work ethic and where does he plan to go from there. He doesn't have to be a Fortune 500 worker, but if he's a worker, he's not going to stay there long. If he's there because he may have just gotten into town, or it just may be what he can get at that moment. And so while he's waiting on his next come up, he's not anyway. While he's waiting on his next come up, then he's doing that in the meantime, because I'm looking to see, okay, where are you talking about going from here? Because understand, you like say, if you know that you're not making a decent living wage for you, and if you're going to be a provider, then you need to be seeking something that's going to be substantial, or at least look at why you're doing this. You're trying to work on your own business. I need to see what your plans are. I need to see where your head is. Like say, if this is just where you are now, but I'm just here right now. I have applications already in. I'm looking at this, looking at that, and I'm looking to move forward. Then we can see where you're going to move from there and how you're moving. Again, like I said, I need to see how you're moving and say what kind of moves are you making to make things better, or are you just simply settling for just enough?
Okay. So let me ask you this question. What role does it play, his mental stability, mental capability, as you mentioned earlier? How does that function in the fact of you allowing him or not allowing him to court your daughter? And your daughter's here in the room too, so she's listening. How does that mental state apply with you making a decision whether yet or not this brother can court your daughter?
Okay. Well, I need to know that he's a planner, that he's a forward thinker, and and then I'm just going to flat out ask him, what are his plans? How does he treat women? Because my daughters already know that my daughters don't touch doors. Is he one that is going to take care of her, be a provider for her? Because I've already set a standard. My daughters don't touch doors. They'll stand at the car door and wait till I get there. I don't care if it's raining. They're not going to touch that door. Is he going to be the one to open the door for her? Is he going to be going to show that valor? Also, is he one that is about protection? Is he about understanding that my daughter is a treasure for him, and that he's willing to protect her with his life, then a lot of that goes toward proceeding. Again, like I said, I need to know what his standing is. What does he consider protection? How is his relationship with his family? And sometimes that can be that's on a case-by-case basis, because everybody got situations. Everybody's family is different. Everybody has a different family dynamic. And so, how's your relationship with your mom, with your brothers, your sisters, if you have any, your father, if he's there, or your mom, if she's there, and then, like I say, what is, again, like I say, and how stable, and what is your temperament? Also with that, like I say, because one of the things that goes with temperance is temperament, because you have some people, because if I just tell him just straight off the rip and say, okay, well, we'll let this walk together for about a year, and we'll see how it goes. If he comes off all sideways, like, you know, a year, I'm like, first of all, and like I say again, I'm assessing body language, I'm assessing tone, I'm assessing temperament, because and again, a lot of these things come with relationship, because I know you have people that are smooth talkers. You have people that can give the firm handshake, that can give all the great sounding answers. But time always tells. Time always
Teller of
tells.
all things.
Yes, time always tells.
Time is a true teller of all things. Certain things I didn't hear you mention, but that I would be concerned with. And one of those things would be the mental of his family, his mother, his father. I would like to know what type of people they are. I would also like to know if he has any sicknesses that runs in his bloodline, you know, on this deeper level we're talking about right now. And if they do have sicknesses, how close to his family are those sicknesses? Because it may be in his bloodline. And if we can prevent it, we don't want to bring a potential sick person into creation if we can prevent it. But if it's something that happens, then it happens. We do what we got to do. But we have to try to prevent it, not only through our lifestyle, but also by the blood mixing. You know, a lot of people don't consider all these things, but all these things are important. And another thing I didn't hear you mention, Abba, and after I finish, please pick up talking about these things as you're considering your concern. Another thing I didn't hear you mention is, does this guy have any other women, any other wives, or anyone else that he wanted to, you know, already in this marriage, and he wants to bring your daughter into another marriage? Saadia, where you going, sis? He ain't done, sis. So what do you think about those things, Abba?
I think those are integral as well, and that's part of the interview. Like say to find out, like say again, like say his physical health, because like say that handshake kind of says a lot, and so like say, are you okay? You know, just to make sure that again, like say your physicality, like I said, and that is key to make sure that there's nothing transferable. And again, and I like say, and also to make sure, are you involved with anyone else at this time? Like say, are you considering trying to bring someone else into the relationship, or like say, are you, when was your last relationship? To make sure he's not somebody he's just on the rebound and just trying to find somebody to fill a space.
That's right.
Because you got rebounders. Okay, well, this one's gone next. And it's like, you know, there's next victim. And it's like, no. So those are definitely keys. Like say, to make sure to see where he is in a relationship. And you start thinking, what's the longest relationship you've been in? You know, like say what kind of stick-to-itiveness do you have? And so, and again, those are keys.
And all you young brothers out here, and some of you older brothers, please hear the words that Abba is saying, because he can be schooling you on a proper way to prepare yourself for marriage. There's a lot of single women here. There's a lot of single men here. And there's a lot of men that's married that's able to take more than one wife and maintain it respectfully, and righteously. So think about what's being said. And if you meet these criteria, then maybe you can take on the opportunity of filling that void in your life. So Sister Sadia, you was here present with us. What do you think about some of the things that Abba had to say in preparation for a courtship? We haven't even gotten into the courtship process. We're just talking about the preparation. What do you think about some of those things he had to say?
I think that those are really good protective measures. You know, a lot of times women are unprotected by the men in their family, and then even by the brothers in their nation. So I think that what Elder Mattathias, sorry, I hope I said your name correctly. What he's saying is true, and these are things that I think women don't necessarily look at. Handshake, you know, I guess because men don't. You're not really gonna shake a woman's hand firmly. In terms of seeking a wife, women, I mean, you will ask if they have other wives, but sometimes you don't really assess whether or not they're going to be able to take care of you You know, they may be able to take care of their wives, but then you may be required to work, you know, or they may have other children, and then they want you, like the elder said, to be a placeholder. They could have just gotten out of a relationship and they need something that's going to make it work for themselves and for the betterment of their children. But that doesn't take into consideration the woman at hand. So
Okay. So did you think that it was a little hard, unfair, a little cruel as to the types of questionings that he was asking of the individual?
no, the only reason why I would say no is because the father figure that I have in my life with my ex-partner, when he found out um what what he wasn't able to do, my father figure was not pleased at all. Like, these were the same concerns that he had, you know, and so I learned to look at it more so from a perspective of a man. Like, at first, of course, like women, if you care about someone, you always try and protect them, you know, but you don't see how you could be at risk from their manipulation or their lack of provision. So that's why it doesn't seem cruel. But initially, when my father figure told me his concerns and why he didn't want me with my ex-partner, it did seem cruel. It just seemed like, oh, you know, at least he's trying, but trying to do what? And then to what extent? Like, what
Oh,
is your plan?
stop
You
right there.
know?
Stop right there.
Okay.
You said something key. You said, and let me follow, make sure I'm right. You said your father figure said this guy ain't going to work out, but your remorse was your emotional side said at least he's trying. Is that right?
Yes.
To elaborate on that a little bit, because a lot of young ladies make that mistake. Talk to us.
Um, where that comes from is okay. He could be doing more, employment wise, educationally wise. He could be doing more, but the fact that he was doing something, like some income was coming in, it wasn't enough to sustain a household. I did have to work, but because he said that he was trying, I believed that he was trying until I saw that he was not actually trying. And emotionally, women, we are emotional people. I'm not saying that men are not emotional, but women are more emotional than men. And
Men ain't emotional. Men ain't emotional.
you can't. Okay.
Males are emotional. Men are not emotional. But go
Okay.
ahead. We understand where you're coming from.
Thank you for the understanding. So we will allow our emotions to guide us, even though logically it does not make sense. Like, it could be like it would feel like two halves of you are communicating. Like, this doesn't make sense. Why is it like this? X, Y, and Z. And then the emotional side would be like, well, you know, he's here, he goes to work, you know, he contributes to the bills and blah blah blah. But you're really just like roommates.
Hmm. Friends with benefits, huh? And that's sad. Sister Toya, Albert, did you want to say something? Did I interrupt you?
Real quick, I did want to interject this. As women, you should have a realistic picture of what you would look for in in a husband, even in a suitor. You should have some kind of outline, some kind of desire to know. I mean, just beyond the external, the physical. You should have, okay, I want someone who is, well, basically, I'm gonna put it like this: have a plan, because and have at least have an outline of what you desire, and let Torah, let the scripture be truly be your guide. And if there are any men in your lives, whether it's a father, a brother, an uncle, your spiritual leader of your congregation or whatever, that is an example where you can see attributes that were like, you can say, okay, yes, this is what I like. I would like to have this in a man. Then you should at least have an idea, because one of the things that I find even in conversation with other women is this, that far too often I hear women fall back on, well, you know, I'm just a woman, I'm this and that, because, you know, I just don't know. Okay, understand, you're not stupid. So and I don't say that insulting, but you do have a brain. You're intelligent, and you do have a brain. And one thing about emotions do not have a brain, so we can't use emotions as far as making decisions. But you should at least have an outline. If you have to go through the scripture and just go and say, you know, okay, David had this characteristic, and you build a realistic image of what a man is, what a protector is, and what a man should do. Especially as you're being taught, you're being, even like if you're here and you're listening, and you're coming in on the Sabbath service, then there's something even in the leader here that you're seeing that's an example that not only is he bringing word, is he bringing wisdom, but as a man, as he's standing, there should be something of the example that you should be able to see, that you say, okay, if in my future husband, I would like to have this attribute, I would like to have that attribute. You can have your own checklist, your own realistic checklist of things that you would like to see. And then also was just want to interject as well. Another part of the thing, like say, to find out if he has a record. Has he been convicted of anything? Does he have, plain and simple, does he have a record? And if so, why? I yield.
That's very important. Another object that we left off the table. Very good. Sister Natoya, is there anything you wanted to mention in there, Sister Natoya?
Yes. I just want to say toda to the Most High, because first and foremost, I've learned a lot from my experiences, and I'm just going to piggyback a little bit off what the elder was just saying, when he said about making that checklist. That's something I have done lately. I have started to, when I was in my marriage, I was writing things down that I knew I didn't want again. So I learned a lot from my experiences. So now I've been writing things down that I know that I want. And what I do now is I'm taking my time. I'm not in a rush. I still got a whole life ahead of me. So I've been writing things down, like every attribute that I want in a husband. And I have been taking it to the Creator. But I know I need to heal, so I'm just taking time off right now. I don't know when the Creator's time is. Whenever the Most High wanted, that's when it will happen. But I'm not in a rush. And I like the fact that everything that the elder just mentioned was beautiful to me, because as a woman, I wish I had that. And his daughters are blessed to have that. Like that handshake thing, that's important. Because like you say, you want to make sure he's not too, over whatever word, I don't know what word to use for that. Like
overbearing.
Yes. And because she's still a woman, he got to know how to deal with a woman. And also, you don't want to make sure that handshake is not too weak, because we have a lot of weak men here, males to be exact. We have a lot of weak males out here, and they don't even understand that they're weak. You can bring it to them and tell them in the best way you can tell them as possible, and as a help me to bring those issues to them and hoping they'll get better. But sometimes it don't work that way. So you want to make sure, as a woman, you make that checklist. I love everything the elder said. It almost brought tears to my eyes, because I'm like, oh, I wish I had that, but I don't, unfortunately. But like I said, I give thanks to the Creator for my experiences.
Well, I'll tell you what. His daughter said, Cain, all praises to the Most High. Absolutely. In a sense, sis, you do have that, because you have a direct connection to that now. So in a sense, you do have the opportunity to have that in your life. Well, you think he just sitting up there to look good? Show off that big beard? He's here to give some wisdom and provide a service if he's able to. That's what he's here for. That's his purpose. He's a servant of the Almighty, and that's his purpose. You see? So there is no excuse for you to say today, from this day forward, I don't have anybody that I can talk to or send somebody to in my life to try to bring help in me in picking a mate. It's not there, because you do have somebody here. As long as you are a active member and participant in what it is that we're doing to uplift this nation, then you have people that you can confide in and you can trust in. You have that. It's just that way. That's how we move, you know? And we're not moving off of an emotional standpoint. We standing because we understand our roles and our job as men in the nation of Israel. It's just that simple. And as leadership in the nation of Israel, we understand what it is that we have to do. Okay? So you have that. You just have to take advantage of what you have. And part of the problem is that in Israel today, we have been beat down, so misused and so abused that a lot of people are afraid or ashamed to reach out to somebody that can really be beneficial for their lives. And they miss out on such a blessing. They miss out on so much by doing so. But we are here for that purpose. All right? So, Abba, is there anything else you want to say?
No, Prince, you can proceed, because I'm this document that you're bringing forth is very well put together. I like that.
Yes. So, family, we have to keep in mind that just because somebody walks up to you on the street, you don't owe them nothing. The only thing I would say that you owe them is the respect of a simple hello, how you doing? I'm not interested. Please, I'm not interested. Be straightforward. You don't have to accept somebody's invite just because they give it. And you have to remember that as well. But if you sense that this is going in a negative way, get his number, give him your number, and give him the correct number. Because if you give him the wrong number and he's staying right there and call you, you may lose your life. So I'm telling you, you don't want to do that. A lot of women will disrespect a man and take his number or fake like she's giving him her number. She give her a wrong number, and the man end up smacking her, beating her up because he felt disrespected. So what I'm saying to you is you don't want to take that approach. If the man approaches you one-on-one and he says, hey, how you doing, sis? Hey, how you doing? My name is Jimmy Brown. I'm just wondering if you was taken. Say, no, I'm not taken. You don't have to lie about it because you don't want to be a liar. No, I'm not taken, but I'm Hebrew and I live a very exclusive life. If you're not Hebrew, then you can't be my husband. And then, we can't even communicate. Oh, I respect that. And especially, and I want you to know what another key, sis. Another key is how you dress. If you look like a floozy, then the brothers ain't going to believe nothing you're saying about this Hebrew lifestyle. You got on tight clothes, tight shirt, tight pants, your camel toe showing through the middle, your nipples sticking out, and you look like a floozy, your cleavage exposed, your stomach, you got a one of the waistband rings on. If you look like a floozy, then the brother going to treat you like a floozy. And when you try to reject him, he's not going to be on the diplomatic terms. He's going to be on a negative street energy because he's going to feel insulted and he's not going to like that. You done turned him down. You done turned him away. But look how you're dressed. So a part of this has to do with how your physical appearance and how you carry yourself. Just because you on a corner with 2 and 3 children don't mean you're a piece of trash. What that could mean is that your baby's daddy, they can have one man, one daddy, he passed away, and now you're a widow. It could mean that. You know what I mean? It could mean that you made a mistake every time you had those children. You thought that man with those men was going to be there for you for the rest of your life. Now you've learned that's been like 3-4 years ago. Now you're new and improved, and you're not just falling for any old thing. So just because you got 3 or 4 children and you might have different daddies, don't mean you still trash in your mind. You know what I mean? Because you've learned from your mistakes, and now you saying, hold up, wait a minute. You give me your number, I got to pass it to somebody. They got to let me know if you're all right before we can even have a conversation. This is how it has to go. Because if it doesn't, you're going to have problems. You're going to have problems. I tell all the sisters that come to me, this is what I tell them, and all the women that I'm responsible for, this is what I tell them. I say to them, clear, straight, front, forward. If you go out and get a man on your own and he mistreats you, that's not my problem. Because you're going against what it is, the proper order to find a mate. But if you go out and I offer somebody to you as a possibility for you to get to know, and you two actually get together, and he does wrong, then he's my responsibility. I'll deal with that. And you don't have to. It's my job now. Do y'all follow me? Because there's a difference. When you're rebellious, you get what you get. But when you fall in proper alignment and you follow the chain of commands and the rules that's displayed in Torah and present yourself as a woman, and it fails, then whoever introduced you to this individual and approved him is now responsible for that individual and how he treats you and how he conducts himself with you. And that's a difference. And so many people need to understand this. And if they don't understand that, then they don't need to be sitting in a position of determining who is going to be for who. All right? Let's get to the lesson, another part of the lesson. Can y'all see that? Is that too small? Is that large enough for everyone?
Yes.
Okay, that's large enough.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. Interests and requirements before pursuit. Interests and requirements before pursuit. Now, notice what this says. This says before pursuit. First thing it is there must be some kind of mutual consent and mutual interest on both men and women. Meaning that they are both willing to participate in this courtship, in this betrothal. Everybody has to be willing to participate. You can't force a woman to marry a man that she does not want to be willingly interested in marrying. Now, let me clear this up for you all so that you all understand. This thing that we call, oh, I loved her from the moment I saw her. Oh, I loved him from the first day I saw him. This thing that we call love ain't got nothing to do with nothing. You can scratch that. I don't think that's on this list. You can scratch that off the list because love ain't got nothing to do with it. What you think is love has nothing to do with you picking a mate that's suitable and best for you. Usually what you think is love is lust. And a lot of people, that mutual consent, they looking at the physical outward appearance. Oh, I like that, dude. She got some rumps. Or he got some hump. He look, man, he got a couple dollars. He got a nice car. Oh, I like this one. Him, he talking about she built like a brick house. Oh, yeah. Me and her all night long. Yeah. So they have mutual interest. We ain't talking about that craziness. We talking about mutual interest on both the man and the woman, mutual consent, meaning that they both are living this lifestyle and they both understand what's required of them if they are to come together and become betrothed. What that means is that she understands that she can't be betrothed to any other man. She can't be open for any other man. She can't talk to any other man. She can't go anywhere, be with, or even entertain any other man because she's betrothed. He has to understand, and this is the clincher for a lot of guys, they're about to check out. Watch this. He has to understand that he's responsible for her. What you mean he's responsible for her? That ain't his wife. Oh, you'd be surprised what the Most High has in place. Sleep with her and watch what the punishment is. Once they're betrothed, you got to understand that that woman belongs to that man as long as they're betrothed. As long as they're betrothed, they're engaged, that's his potential wife? No, that's his wife. That's what the law says. And if you sleep with her, there are laws and ramifications for you. You can lose your life. You got to be careful. So watch what I'm saying to you. The man has to understand that he has responsibilities for this young lady. If she needs, you're supposed to meet those needs. You're supposed to show her how it's going to be when you're married to her. You are supposed to show her how good you can protect her. She doesn't have a place to live. It's your responsibility to get her a place to live. Not with you, because y'all are engaged, but another domicile somewhere where she can rest her head at night and be at peace and be safe. She needs food. She needs food. She needs clothing. She needs shelter. She needs all those things. That's your responsibility. So as Abba was speaking earlier, he's running to see what that man's qualifications are financially, because his daughter is going to need all those provisions. If she needs all those provisions. And if she does, you have to be willing to meet it. Well, a lot of guys today still at home with their moms. And they 29, 30 years old talking about they want a woman. You don't need a woman because you're not ready for a woman. You must have your own to provide for that woman once you take her as your wife. But while y'all courting, she's still your responsibility. So you have to have the mindset to understand that I have to help her. We ain't talking about no street stuff. Street stuff don't move like what we talking about right now. We talking about on an order of righteousness. If that woman is in her father's house and she's, let's say me, and I'm courting her and she's in her father's house, creator forbid, if her father leaves that house, then, and he can't, let's say he dies, he passes away, he's no longer here, and she's alone, her and her mother and her sister, all of them falls under your protection now. You got to now pick up the mantle and provide that they're all right, that they cool. That's what men do. But a male will say, oh, well, your mom can go out and get some welfare. You can go get some welfare, and your sister can go get some welfare, and y'all can move into projects around the corner on Latham Street. And y'all be cool that way, but that's not how men move. A man, if he is a man and he's qualified to take on a wife and this situation become a reality, he's courting a young lady. The moment he says, I will, the moment she says, I do, and that courtship begins is the moment that this takes place. He's courting this young lady. Creator forbid, 2 weeks later, her father, her Abba, passes away. Her sister, and her mother are now underneath of this man's jurisdiction where he should provide for them. Now, he don't have to contribute all, but he has to contribute to their well-beings. What do I mean by their well-beings? If the sister's not married, and if the mother is now a widow, by law, the fatherless and the widows, we are required by law to provide for them. Am I right? Have I said anything wrong?
No,
We're
you're
required
correct.
by law of the Almighty to provide for the poor, the fatherless, and the widows. If that becomes their case, and the man passed away in this life, giving his daughter over to you, saying, hey, let's start this process, and he passes away, you're responsible for that now. A lot of people don't see that deep. A lot of people don't care about this, but these things are factual. You're now responsible for them. And you do the best you can possibly do to provide for them. Now, a real man, a lot of people are going to look at me and say, hey, not me, Prince. Or they're going to say, this is where we draw our separation, Prince. But a real man would give up his own house to make sure that they have a place to live. A real man will provide, as long as they're not disrespectful, as long as they with the program, with the understanding that he is the head, he is the man, he's in charge, what he says goes. As long as they fall in alignment with those principles, then they're your responsibility, bro. See, that's the thing about taking a wife. You got to be careful when you choose a female today, because if something happens, you're now the head of that movement and you have to take on that responsibility. You have to be prepared for that. People don't think like that, especially not today, in today's time. A lot of us, we don't even consider where we're coming from right now because we're not thinking that far ahead of time. but you must be, because this is how real men move. They're responsible. And you too are responsible. You gave mutual consent and interest of both men and women. Both of you have to agree to this situation. And anything that falls in place within a respectful realm. And we're not talking about nobody that ain't doing Torah. We're talking about all of us are doing Torah. All of us. And this happens, then, hey, bro, the Creator wanted it to be this way. You got a new family. And you have to step up and take that and do it. The next thing on the list is permission of the parents. Before I move on, Abba, is there anything you want to say in reference to that?
No, Prince, you cooking with gas right now.
All right. Gas, it's going to be a high gas bill. Oh, I got to pay that. Man. Any of your sisters, any comments? Sister Saadia, Sister Casey, Shabbat Shalom, Sister Chasey. Any comments before we continue? If you're talking, you're still on mute. We can't hear you.
No, I don't have any comments.
Very well. Sister Chasey? Okay. We're going to move on. Permission of parents or guardian of the woman. You need permission. Well, let's say it's required that if this woman lives in her father's house, then you need the father's permission to marry his daughter. Let me clear this up. Let me clear this up because I need you to understand this. A lot of times what happened is the man is just a regular person. He lives by regular ways, a regular street person. He know not the duties and principles of this way of life. He don't know nothing about it. This young lady, you're reaching out to bring her in. She knows a little bit about this way of life. Now she goes and she says, Abba, this man wants to marry me, but this man is 15, 20 years older than me. He wants to marry me. Abba says, oh no, how much? 15, 12, oh no, ain't nobody that old gonna marry my daughter. Oh no. Well, do you as a man succumb to that and say, you know what? Her father said no. Even though she don't live in her father's house, even though her father is not a part of this way of life, even though all these things apply, he don't know nothing about this way of life. She's not in his home, and he's not even really in her life. It's just somebody she reached out to try to see if that could happen. As a man, do you respect that and walk away from that young lady? I'm going to leave that on the floor for y'all, and then I'm going to tell you what takes place most times. What do y'all think, family? Who wants to talk? Who wants to elaborate a little bit on what should happen? He's not in her life she doesn't live with him, and he's barely in her life as a father. You know, just she knows who he is, he knows who she is, and they talk every once in a while, but she is still her father, his father. Do you need his permission to marry his daughter? What do y'all think? Or to court his daughter? Talk to me, family. Everybody got their mic off, but nobody talking. And nobody got their mic off, do they? Okay, nobody wants to talk. Nobody got a comment. Everybody got their mic off, but nobody talk. And nobody got their mic off, do they? Okay, nobody wants to talk. Nobody got it.
Oh, hello?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so, but if they've already asked the father, her biological father, then would that go, if he said no, would that constitute for the law where the Most High said, honor your mother and your father that your days belong? Belong? Because if she's already asked, if they've inquired and he said no, and then she goes against what her father said, then that would be dishonoring her father?
Okay, I guess that's one way of looking at it. I think that's one way of looking at it. So you think that he shouldn't marry her? He should walk away from that situation at that point, right?
No, I'm not saying that he should walk away. What I'm saying is if they've already asked the
Yes.
question, then the answer still stands. But if she understands that her father does not do the same, he doesn't observe Torah. My father doesn't observe Torah. My biological father doesn't observe Torah. So certain aspects of what I would desire from him or of him, like an arranged marriage, my father's not going to do that. He doesn't agree with it. You know, my father does not agree that a man should be much older than me. Like that's not something. The same thing with the examples that you gave. That's my dad. My dad's not going to go for that. So I wouldn't. Like I respect his stance, but in terms of marriage, I wouldn't ask him because he doesn't understand our culture. So I will have to go to someone that understands our culture. That's what I'm saying. So
Absolutely. Go ahead, sis. I got you.
okay, I'm sorry. So I would go to someone that understood our culture and then seek guidance in that way. But I would inform my father of what was going on so that my father could speak to who I was receiving counsel from, and then he wouldn't be left out, or he wouldn't feel like I'm just disrespecting his wishes. But I would go under the spiritual leader because he would understand what the Most High has in place for our nation.
But in reality, you would be disrespecting his wishes because it was his wish that you don't get involved with an older man, 15 or 20 years older. He didn't want you to do this. See, I like what Aim said on the side. Don't turn your mic off. Yes, sis. Aim said, what is the father's motivation for saying no? You see how that's relevant. That means a lot. Remember, the father is not a servant of the Almighty. Remember that. He's not serving the Creator. He doesn't live this way of life. So what would it be that you would be looking for, sis, in terms of finding someone to approve or say no?
What would I be looking for?
Yeah, you said that you will go to somebody else and let them talk to your father in hopes that what would happen? That
Well,
they
my
would
father would
change your
just be
father's stance?
aware.
I'm sorry, I was talking while you was
I'm
talking.
sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You speak. Sorry.
I was asking in terms that your father would change his mind, or maybe they can change his position. Is that what you would be introducing your father to somebody else for? An elder,
No,
a leader, to try to get him to say okay?
no, absolutely not. Because I know my dad is not going to say okay.
Hmm.
It would just so that it would be basically like man to man. Like my father would be more receptive to hear and to express his what it is that he's looking for differently to another man, opposed to when he's guiding me. Like for me, it would just be that's what he said, and that's the end of that conversation.
Uh-huh.
So that's why I said that.
Okay. I understand. I understand. What would be the father's motivation for saying no? And basically, this man doesn't, as she stated earlier, he doesn't understand our culture. He doesn't understand that a man twice this woman's age can marry her. The average person today is saying, oh no, this ain't happening. But today it's a reality. In our world today, it's a reality because it was a reality in the biblical world 1,000 years ago. And we're returning back to our culture. A lot of people put an age difference as if that makes a difference on the negative spectrum of a man taking a wife, but it doesn't. You know what it does? It gives that woman, that younger woman, more of a stable future. It prepares her for something that ordinarily she got to struggle and fight to earn. Like Brahm said earlier, the brother Brahm there, he said something about his daughter ain't going from his house into the hands of a bum. You bum. That's what he said. And that's quite understandable. But an older, usually a man that's somewhere around, and the average young woman today is 28, 29 years old. Let's say 26 years old when they begin seeking marriage in this culture. 18 in most other cultures, but in American mindset, it's around 26, 27, where they start seeking a wife, a husband. So 25, 26, 27, they start seeking a husband. The American mindset tells them to start seeking a husband somewhere around your age bracket. Why? Because you ain't got nothing. He ain't got nothing. You don't know nothing. He don't know nothing. What are you setting yourself up for? Think about it for a minute, family. Two guys standing on the corner, selling drugs all their life, robbing people, stealing people, beating up people. And the two guys on the corner, one of them get a bright idea. I want to get rich. I want to get off these corners and I want to get rich. The only way he's going to get off that corner and get rich, chances are, is he got to get away from that person that's right there with him doing the same thing that he's doing, because neither one of them know nothing. He got to get around some people that already know, that already experienced, that already got an idea of how to do it because they've done it. If you keep staying in the same circle, what that parable says, you are a representation of the most 5 people that you spend the most time with out of your life. You are a representation of them. So if most of the 5 people that you spend time with out of your life are what you're trying to escape from, you're not going to escape till you change your circle. And a lot of younger people, they're not doing it that much today, but a lot of people are now looking and saying, wait a minute. I don't want no man 10, 15, 20 years older than me. That's what a lot of people say at first glance. But then I want them to look at their track record of how has it been working out for you, for the young man your age, 5 years older, or maybe even 3 years older. How has that been working for you? Because the average, if you're 25 and he's 30, the average 30-year-old man is in no position to be taking a wife. He's not. You really start getting motivated and financially and mentally secure, they teach us at the age of 40. So scientists says today. At the age of 40 is when a man becomes a man and he's secure in his position. Some of us, we defy those odds. Some of us be a man in our youth, 20 years old, and we already develop like a man. So every once in a while, you will find a strong dude, a strong character, somebody that's about that life every once in a while. But on the average, you're looking for a man 5 years, 10 years, not even 10, because 10 is a good number. 5 years within your age bracket, you're looking for failure. And normally you're going to start off with failure. But if you're looking for an older man who's already been through the storm and already established, he got a lot going on for himself, your chances of life, if he's a creative fearing man and the principles of life are already in place, your chances in life will be so much better with that type of person as opposed to somebody your age. And then they even teach us in society that a woman matures, what is it? How many years faster? 2 years? That a woman matures faster than a male? I'm not even sure. But I do know, what is it?
It's something like that.
Yeah.
Almost like 2 years, but they mature mentally faster.
2 years. Okay. So the woman is actually more mature, more ready for real life than a dude her age. He still want to run around, chase girls. He still want to knock down every trick on the street. He ain't thinking about a future. He might got some kids, but more than likely he's not a father. There's a difference. An older man got all that out of his system. He didn't clean that out of his system. He's about building. He's about growing. All the things that mature young lady says she wants. Y'all got to think about this, family. These are the things. And when you're talking about a father giving his permission to say that it's okay, a lot of the males in this world today that don't live by the way of life that we live and the principles that we live by, they don't understand. So when she comes in and say, yeah, how about that? When she comes in and say, well, I want a husband, but he's 15 years older than me. The first thing her father going to say is, no, he's going to take advantage of you. No, he's here to use you. And that ain't what it's about at all. There may be some that's like that, and it's true. There could be some that you really got to watch out for. But this one is about the Almighty. And we know what he's about because it's been proven. I'm just against, personally, I'm against two fools trying to act like they know something and figure it out along the way as we go. I'm just against that. You know, as a man with some experience, some knowledge and understanding in certain areas of life, I know that life, they're setting themselves up for failure. And you think about it, most of the people that's done that, they don't survive. Usually they'll survive, but they got strong family behind them, motivating, pushing them, and keeping them moving. But on the average, they do not survive. It don't last because they're two people splurging out their energy, their hormones is racing, and it's like crazy. They don't know how to slow down. So I'm not with that right there, you know? And a lot of people teach differently, but that's okay. This is what I teach. And this is what I firmly believe. My youngest wife is, I think, 15 years younger than me. How old is she? I don't even know. I might be double her age. I might be the one that just had the baby, Autumn. I don't even know how much older I am than her, but I might be double her age. I might be a little more than that. I don't even know. But that marriage has been going great for the last almost 3 years. And it's going to continue to go great as long as the Most High blesses it. And I ain't done yet. You hear me, Abba? Still got that fire, man. We still moving. We still moving. But sisters, don't get yourself locked up and think that this guy got to be around 5 years. Abba said earlier that you got to set yourself a goal, set out a plan, set out a mission. But don't think that one of those requirements that you set in your goal is that this guy got to be around my age. Because the Europeans teach you that that's a good process, but the Europeans themselves don't even follow that. Even when they do, it falls apart. It falls apart. And I heard a sister say something about arranged marriages. Who was that? Sister Shaatia, I think it was. She said something about arranged marriages, that she don't believe in arranged marriages, or she don't like.
No, Slika, Prince. I said my father doesn't agree with arranged marriages. I said I wanted an arranged marriage.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Please forgive me. Because I was going to drop this boy. Yo, Prince was bringing the juice. I apologize for misquoting you. Please forgive me.
It's okay. No problem.
It is. I pulled up some information for us, a little bit of research. Okay, sis, you can come back to the screen and ask your question if you got a chance. I did a little bit of research, and this was the research that I found for the class. I just did this during the break, like 5 minutes before the class started. So imagine if I had a whole lot of time to do this research. It says that the divorce rate for love marriages in America, you know those people who claim they are in love? We say we are in love. Currently, somewhere between 35 to 50%. The divorce rate for those who thought they were in love when they got married in America is currently somewhere between 35 to 50% of those marriages all in, because they're basing their marriage, their relationship, off of something that's wrong. Well, my wife said we 29 years apart. Yeah. Good news, Prince. Good news. Yeah. All right. You're starting trouble, boy. Keep it going, though, Prince. Don't stop. I ain't going to stop because I ain't did nothing wrong. The divorce rate in America today, with the average people, are 35 to 50 years old, 50%. 35 to 50% failures, which is actually a decline from what it used to be. It used to be more than that back in the day. The percentage of arranged marriages that end in divorce is only about 4%. Do you see the significant difference in an arranged marriage versus those marriages that you went out, you met somebody, you thought you was in love, so y'all got married, have children, now y'all divorced? 35 to 50%. Statistics say that you will end up in a divorce soon. Arranged marriages also preliminarily still exist in cultures that absolutely do not believe in divorce. These days, there are a lot of different cultures embracing the ideal, though. It isn't totally the same where you don't meet your soon-to-be spouse until the day of the wedding, and there are definitely no dowries involved. I watched a television show on arranged marriages in the Romite culture and found it really interesting. They married when they turned 18. Why is a woman sitting around 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33 years old waiting to get married? Why? They do it when they're 18. Biblically, they used to do it when they started having their menstrual cycle. They started, as soon as the daughter started having a menstrual, they started trying to line her up for a potential husband. And you know, some people today, I don't know, today they start menstruals probably around 9, 10 years old, some of them. But the average menstrual cycle would start around 12 and 13 years old. The average menstrual cycle back in the righteous days, that's when the average menstrual cycle would begin. And at that age, they begin to look for a potential suitor. How did they do it? They did it by building the daughter up, teaching the daughter responsibilities, teaching the daughters how to take care of a man, teaching the daughters how to be feminine, teaching them how to sew, how to cook, how to clean, how to think, how to act with animals and treat animals. And they taught them stuff that a lot of us who are adults don't know. They taught them at 9, 10, 11, and 12. So when they became 14 and 15 and a menstrual started, they could marry them off because they understood that the duties of marriage were for the reproduction of your seed or the man's seed. Today, the duties of marriage is so we can have sex and do it legally so it feels good while we're doing it. That's what the duties of marriages are today. So many people have gotten confused about this. They started getting married as 18 years old. The wife moves in with the husband's family. Did you read that? The wife moves in with the husband's family and they live there for quite a while. Why? They move in with the husband's family because she's learning how to provide for her husband. She's learning that. Oh, I don't need to learn how to provide for no man. He better learn my ways. He better move in with me and my mother. He better learn how we do things. No, man. That's the backwards way of thinking. It says in this culture, they still pay a dowry for the bride. And the way it was explained on the show is that it's essentially a show of good faith to the bride's family that you will treat her well. So if you don't want that man in your life, set a high dowry. Set a high price for the dowry. But now a lot of people don't understand the dowry because sometimes a dowry goes to the wife. And she will put it up in her bank account and let it sit. And if anything happens in that marriage, she always has something to fall back on. Because in a righteous marriage, the women didn't have to go out and work. It wasn't a necessity for them to do. It was a privilege if she chose to work or not. But in today's world, a lot of these guys today talking about they got a wife, their wife better go to work. She better get out of here and go to work so we won't be able to pay no bills or keep the lights on or get the water running. We won't be able to eat because they're really not ready to be taking a wife. When you're ready to take a wife, she should complement your life, not take away from it. All the responsibilities fall on you as the man. If you got to go get 2 jobs, go get 2 jobs. But do what you got to do. Your wife should have the luxury of staying home looking pretty. Staying home, kicking her shoes off, talk to her girlfriend, talk to her mama, talk to her father, do whatever she want to do to educate herself, to get closer with the Creator, keep that house in order, and take care of them children. That's all she's supposed to have to do. She don't have to go to work nowhere. But in today's world, because we're doing so many things out of sequence of the Creator, she better go get a job. And matter of fact, she better make a whole lot of money. And if she ain't making a whole lot of money, I don't want her. That's what a lot of males are saying today because they don't understand. That's what they're saying. Let me title this lesson real quick so I can get rid of it. All right, let me get this out the way because we're done with that. Any questions or comments, family, before we continue? Are there any questions or comments? Sister Natoya, you said you had a question. Did you want to come on the screen or did you want to type your question in the room? Okay. You let me know what you decide, sis. We're going to get back to our lesson. Any other comments, family? Anyone have a comment? No comments?
Well, like I said, Prince, you're doing a great job. Like I say, bringing forth the document because, again, it sets in order a plan, and this is also something that, even as you already stated earlier, that any of the young ladies and the young men, well, I'll say the men and the women that are listening, that are potential that are in the market or maybe in the market for seeking a suitor or seeking a mate. There's an outline here that's already in place, and so if you don't already have a game plan, for lack of a better word, the good thing is to know that that there's already something in place. A guide is already set in order, so that that if you are approached, and even as you already made it known for the young ladies that, and again for anybody that's listening, that that if you're here and you're participating here, there's already a guideline that's already set that you can follow, where there's an agenda that is going to be followed to the letter, to make sure and ensure success in your relationship. And I yield.
May the Most High be praised. All right. Any other comments? All right. My wife has a question. That's my wife asking that question. She says, what do you say if a young woman feels guilty for going against her father's wishes, even though he's not in this way of life? I'll let you answer that, family. Y'all tell me what y'all think. What do you feel? What do y'all feel? Sister Sadia, you brought that point up. Let's answer that. What do you say if a young woman feels guilty for going against her father's wishes, even though he's not in this way of life? Sister Sadia, what do you think about that?
I think a woman would naturally feel guilty if she feels like she's disappointing her father, but but personally, as long as she's not disappointing the creator, she's not going against the law, statutes, and commandments of the creator or her husband, then I think she'll be okay, because her father is not in this way of life. So there's always going to be a pushback in some form, because the father doesn't have a full understanding of what's required in the marriage or under the law, such as the commandments of the Most High.
Very good. Very good answer, sis. May the Most High be praised. Sister Chasey, would you like to comment on that? If you're speaking, sis, you're still on mute. We can't hear you.
No, go ahead.
All right, sis. Tell the Rabbah. Sister Natoya, would you like to comment on that?
No, I do not want to comment.
All right. Very well. All right, sis. What was your question that you had?
Okay, so it was a scripture. I can't remember.
We can barely hear you. Can you get closer to the mic?
Okay, what about now?
Yeah, it's a little bit better.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Sis?
Are you able to hear me well enough so I can answer the question?
No, you're real far away.
Oh, I know why.
Are you able to get any closer?
Connected to my Bluetooth. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. You're good now. We can hear you now.
Okay, so my question is there was a scripture, I can't quite remember the exact verse, but it was speaking on when a man takes a wife and he's supposed to take off from war and from work to cheer up his wife.
Yes.
And I remember a sister spoke on that in one of the previous lessons, and she replied and said that doesn't require today because we're not in that time, but that's still law.
No, that's not true.
And
It's a mistranslation of scripture.
mhm.
It's a mistranslation. But go ahead with your question.
Yeah, so I just wonder about that because she said we're not in we can't do that right now or something like that, and I was saying, well, is it that this man should be established before taking a wife? Because if he's supposed to take off that year to cheer her up, a lot of times we don't have that happening right now. Like, a man take a wife, he's still going to work and he's disregarding his wife. He really don't even know her. So it's just a question because I want to clearly understand that verse so I won't be misinterpreting it.
Misinterpreting. Okay. I'll address that issue, but not now. I have to go read that scripture, but I do recall that we had that conversation, and it's a mistranslation of what's actually being said there. So I am not qualified right now to have that dialogue on that particular subject, but I do know that it wasn't, because I thought it was the same thing, and we researched it, and it was something totally different. So for me to be able to adequately give the correct interpretation of that, I need a little bit more time to look it over and look into the Hebrew, and then I can address that issue. But there is no way, practical way, that a man can take off of work for a whole year, I don't care what he's doing, and tend to cheering up a female or cheering up his wife. It can't happen. Almost never would that be able to happen. Okay? Now, Ima asks a question. Does this guideline apply to mature adults who have been in previous marriages? Not necessarily so, but I would say yes. I would say that even they can go by these guidelines to determine taking a husband and beginning the process of betrothal, which would lead to a marriage. So even they can follow these guidelines. All right. But Sister Toya, please, I was going to use Proverbs 31 later in my lesson. But Sister Toya, please do not let me forget what I promised to research and bring to you. All right. Please don't let me forget that. Sister Saadia says, I know a woman who had an arranged marriage, and she been married for several years because when the family is involved, it motivates the couple to work harder. That's some good advice. I like that. That's some good advice. Arranged marriages always work best. If he missed work, then he missed opportunity to provide for his wife. If he misses work, he missed opportunity to provide for his wife. Sound like scripture is saying he's not supposed to be over busy or go off to war. And I believe that's exactly what it is, go off to war. He's supposed to stay home from war. And that's exactly what I believe it is. He's supposed to stay off from war. And I believe it has something to do with the scripture right above that. For 1 year to build a relationship with his wife. And that's what I believe it is. But Sister Latoya, I'll look it up for you just to make sure. But I believe that's what we came about was the understanding of that law, that he would take off not from work, but the word that was being used there had something to do with warfare and going out to war. So he had to take off from 1 year from going to war to cheer up his wife, because it also speaks about him losing his life in the war and never having the full luxury and experience of his new wife. And the creator in another scripture even gave men the option to go back. And one of those options were, if you're afraid, you can go back. If you just bought a house, you can go back. If you just got married, you can go back. So all that lines up with the interpretation that we're giving right now, that it had to do with warfare. Not that the man's supposed to stay home from work, but the man was supposed to stay away from going away at war so he can stay home and take up his wife still wherever they were from. I believe I know that that is what we got together and got out of that based on the wordings that was used in Hebrew for work. Okay? Are there any questions or comments? But since I can still provide you with a whole description of that portion just to satisfy your spirit. All right. AIM, is there something you want to talk about, AIM? Is there something you want us to bring out or focus on, AIM? And while they're responding, we'll continue on. Physical examination is something that's needed and required as well. A physical examination, something that so many people leave off the table when they go to take a new wife. You should have her and you get a physical STD test to make sure that there is no venereal sexually transmitted diseases running through your blood and her blood or her blood. Make sure that neither of you have a venereal disease. Now, let me share this with you. Might be a little bit embarrassing for some people, but I got to put it out there the way that it is. Over 80% of the population are infected with not the HIV, herpes virus, herpes simplex, with the herpes virus, with cold sores on their lips. Cold sore is a venereal disease. And whenever you get a cold sore on your lips, you're unclean. And you should not come to the house of worship when you have an outbreak of a cold sore. You have to wait till it goes away before you can come into the house of worship again. If you have a cold sore in your private parts, you're unclean. And you should not go to the house of worship when you're in an unclean condition. They say, now I haven't checked everybody, but they say that over 80% of the population in America are infected with herpes. Simplex 1, simplex 2, or A and B. Herpes simplex 1, herpes simplex 2. One is the cold sores, or one is the strand of it, and one is the actual thing that breaks out around your sexual organs. Both of those things render you unclean when you have that outbreak. They say over 80% of the population have that. But you can get a venereal disease test to verify if your mate has it or not. But when you get the test, they're going to tell you we can only test it if they have an outbreak. So they'll take a little bit of the sore and then they put it in a vial and then they send it away to see what it is and let you know if it's herpes. But more than likely, if you get a cold sore, a blister on your lip, a cold sore, that's herpes. And a lot of the population has it. It will be hard for you to find someone who doesn't have it. And if you do, more power to you. That's a great blessing. Believe me, you're blessed in that area. But the average person has herpes of some degree and certain level. Herpes 1, herpes 2, and I don't know if it's a 3 or 4. Somebody got their mic open. Would somebody like to speak? Okay.
It also can be done by blood testing as well, even if
Yes.
you're not outbreaking.
Yeah, well, yeah, they okay. When I relay the message, I'm only relaying what they told me when I had my women tested to become a wife. I had them tested, and I had them tested for that as well. And that's what they told us. But if you're in that field, which obviously you are, you got more experience than me, then I accept your answer. I'm not going to argue with you about it. But if you say that that's possible, would you like to elaborate a little bit on it?
They call it a PCS something kind of test. I can't remember the direct acronym for it, but they're now testing it. You can go in for regular blood testing on these certain when it comes to herpes. They test to see how high it is in your blood, different things like that, or whatever, to see if you even have it. So it's not necessarily have to have an outbreak there. I think they're a little bit more advanced now. If you don't need you don't need to have an outbreak.
All right. Very good. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbi for that information. So things have changed. She says you don't have to have an outbreak to get your blood test to see if you have herpes. So run on down to the shop, get that blood test done, and make sure that you don't. And if you do, you have to learn how to live with it. But I want you to know that there are herbs that you can take that can eradicate that from your system. There are herbs that you can take for almost any disease on the planet that will rid that disease from your system. And herpes is just one of those things that you can get rid of. The European man will tell you that it's an incurable disease, that it'll be with you for the rest of your life, but it's not true. The herpes virus, it sits somewhere in the brain, and it comes out at certain times when your body is under stress or certain things are going on in your body, your immune systems. It'll come down out your brain and come out through your blood and affect you in that area that way. But there's a way to destroy it. And certain herbs you take can eradicate that from your system so that you will no longer have that illness or that disease. So you always want to do a physical examination. And in this physical examination, you're not just testing for disease, but you're also testing for genetic defects. A lot of people have certain genetic markers that show the tendency of having children who are born with medical genetic defects. So you also want to test that too, because you don't want to end up in a relationship getting somebody, impregnated somebody, and then you have a child that's mentally challenged, and it's very difficult to work with and build up, especially if it's a first child. It's very difficult. So they can get tests to run these things for your blood. It ain't nothing where they're invasive or intrusion. They just got to take some of your blood and they'll run these tests. Do it that way. But one thing I would tell you, if you're ever pregnant and you got a baby in your stomach, don't let them stick no needle through your stomach into your baby to get a sample of nothing. Don't ever let that happen. They're going to tell you what they want to tell you. They might be putting something in there to make your child what they tell you that your child is. So be careful, family. Another one that you're looking out for is stable income, active working plans for provisions. Now, this is something that I wanted to ask Alba a long time ago, but I'll put it on the floor for everyone and anyone. The woman, she's 26 years old. She has the possibility of marrying a man 15 to 20 years older than her, or marrying a man that's 5 years older than her, that's still in college, trying to learn and get a trade. Which one does she do? The 15, 20-year-old man is already stable. He's already established. He's already getting money, got his home, got his car, got everything spiritually intact, worshiping the Creator. They both are servants of the Creator. Which one should she marry? I'll leave that floor on the floor for a second. Which one, Abba, and the rest of the sisters or any brothers in the audience, which one do you think would be a better choice for that young lady, 25 years old, to marry?
Well, provided that everything else checks out, mentality and everything else, it depends on the young man that's in college. If he's not just in college, but he's able to grind and do college, and because you have some that are they're getting more advanced degrees, and they're stable doing it, especially with all the options now to do college from home and do online courses and so forth. If he's either one could be a viable candidate if the financial stability is in place for the younger man. Either one could be a viable candidate, and for the one that's 15 or however many years older, again, that would be the young lady's choice.
Okay, the viable candidate would be either one, as long as the stability, the minds are in place and the finances are in place. But the young man in college has no finances. His finances is basically going toward paying toward his college degree. And he in his first year. But that older man has already graduated college, already got his degree. His finances are already in place. And he's a servant of the Creator. And the young man is a servant of the Creator. And you say that it's up to the young lady to decide which one she would rather have. Okay.
That if, as I said, if his financials are in place and he's going to school and getting it. Now,
Yeah,
if he's if in the scenario where it's his first year, and he has no finances, then no, he's still getting established, and so he already has a course laid out, so he's going to need to finish that course so that he can be in a place to do what he needs to do.
All right, very well. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Any of you sisters, would you like to comment?
Shalom. My concern would be that with the elder, he's willing to marry her now, but with the young man, in 5 years' time, he may change his mind. He may not want to marry her once he achieves his degrees.
That's a good way of looking at it. It's a good way of looking at it. I understand that. Sister Chasey, would you like to comment?
Not at the moment.
All right. Now, this is the way that question was posed to me some years ago. And this was the outcome of that conversation that we had. Who's to say that young man is going to finish college? Who's to say that young man ain't going to get sidetracked and start smoking crack and be on the corner? Well, the statistics of his life says that more than likely he won't, because he's going to be in college. But remember what I said earlier, that two people around the same age usually don't last too long. So even when he got out of college, if he, created forbid, but if he graduated, he got out of college, what's to say that he's still going to desire that young lady and still desire to be with that young lady? And what's to say that in 5 years, once he gets out of college, do you know how many college graduates don't have a job and can't provide for themselves today in this society we're in? Most people will go to college and come out working at Chick-fil-A with college degrees. Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's. So the key thing is always about what he's in college for. What is he studying in college? Is there a job waiting for this young man when he gets out of college? But you also have to remember something that I said earlier. If you're going to decide to go with the younger man in your equation, then what you should also continue think about and consider is his family structure. Look at the run that his family has in their lives. What type of people are they? What type of structure does he have? What have they achieved? Because if his father's a doctor, his mother's a lawyer, more than likely he's going to be something great and he's going to come about. But if his mom's a crackhead and his father's an underachiever, if he don't have that special zeal inside of him, he's going to just be average or mediocre. But if he has that special zeal, which only you can determine, if you move your emotions out of the equation and look in how he governs his own life, only you can determine if he's going to be a success in the future. If the Creator puts that ability upon you, you can say, chances are, not that we know anything for a definite, but chances are this dude, he goes to college, he gets out of college, he goes to work. He don't let you as a woman get in his way of his future by hanging out late at night and partying and drinking and doing bum things. He about this life, for real, for real. Then he just may be a man going through the process of maturing in his manhood, and he will be a good candidate. But if you don't want to take a chance, which I don't fault you for not wanting to take a chance, the more definite is somebody who's already been through it, somebody who's already achieved it, and somebody who's still getting it. Because that young man has to get to, and we're only talking about financial provisions. We're only talking about provisions on the protection and being a man in a man's world. You know what I mean? The whole round shape as to why a woman would marry a man. The older man is usually the best candidate because he's already been there. He already got what he needs and it's already in motion and he's already set. The young man is usually, even if he got out and got a good job with money, he's still trying to become a man. He's still trying to learn the process. He's still got to go through the ups and downs, ins and outs to get everything together just so that you two can be married for a substantial amount of time. Chances are that's what's going to happen. And most marriages today do not last when you're dealing with somebody around the same age bracket. It usually don't last. And that's just a reality in what we're dealing with today. So if the woman is looking to be married to somebody for the rest of her life, which every woman should when she's looking to be married, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, she should go for the older man who's already established, who already has his ways in life and understanding his structure with the Creator. She should go in that direction versus the young man that she's really going to be gambling with because we don't know what his future is going to hold. The older man is already living in his future. And as long as you can come in and be an asset and don't take that man backwards, his future just be better than what it is. Because a lot of women have to understand their power, understand their strength. You can come into a man's life and tear him down, or you can come into a man's life and help him to go everywhere where he started off to go. And you can help him get there quicker and even stronger than with him by himself. Every woman has to understand her power. And once you understand your power and your strength, and you utilize it to the fullest capability, you can turn a bum into a tremendous man if he has a spark of life inside of him. Because a lot of males don't have a spark of life and they'll never be nothing but a male for the rest of their days until they die. And they won't never produce anything but males for the rest of their generation until somebody within them get a hold of something great or get one of the genes from one of the ancestors before and they become a great man. But usually you reproduce what you are. And if you reproduce what you are and you're already a great man, then your child will be an even better man. And if you're a great man and your child is not a great man, then your child didn't get that from you. He got it from somebody down in your lineage somewhere that wasn't a great man. That was a mediocre man. That was a woman abuser or, just wasn't great quality. They probably smoked weed and drunk. That's probably what they did. And that gene is in your genes because it's one of your ancestors and it came out through your son. But that don't mean that that's where your son got to stay because you could pull him to the side. And if he listens, he could be a great man again, just like you. If he doesn't listen, he's going to always be a bum until he decides enough is enough and do better with himself. Y'all got to understand this. This is how it goes. And a lot of times women are more attracted to the bum of a man. The bums. Yeah, it starts off good, but after a while, you see him for who he is. He's a liar. He don't keep his word. He don't pay his bills. He is not responsible. He lives with his mother, his father, or he lives with one of his friends because he can't pay his own bills to keep a roof over his own head. How he's going to provide for you? But sometimes if he looked that good, you will overlook all those things and you will still want to be in relations with him. So I covered the next one in my last portion of conversation when I was speaking that he would have to be stable income, active working plan for his provisions. When I gave you that scenario about the older man and the younger man still in school, I covered all of that about the stable income. The shelter was even covered because a young man in school, his shelter, he don't really have any shelter. He's probably living in the dorms, or he could be struggling living in an apartment, going to work while he's paying for college. He don't have any extra finances to do the things that you may want him to do. And it's very rare that you will find a young man that's really getting money while he's in college. It's possible, but it's very rare. And I remember when I went to college, I was an adult. So I was already doing what I was doing. But I knew a lot of people that I was in school with when I was in college that were struggling. And I mean struggling, especially the young ladies. Oh, they were selling themselves and everything, trying to make money, go-go joints, all type of stuff, trying to make money because life is hard when you're younger and you're in college and you're grinding. It's hard. So what I'm talking about is a reality in life. I'm not talking about from my emotions. Character evaluation. You have to evaluate the person's character. You have to know what type of individual this is. Is he a man of his word? But sis, all this falls back on you too, because you got to be a woman of your word. Are you a person that shows that you're persistent and you're serious about the Creator and this way of life? Or are you just, I'm trying to remember that term that the sister used, Sister Higdalia, I think it was, about the average Israelite, Shabbat worshipers, I believe it was. Or are they just Shabbat worshipers, Shabbat Israelites? Are they just Shabbat Israelites? Because we got a lot of those who just wear fringes and show up on the Shabbat and say shalom. They're not really worried about the Creator through the rest of the week. As long as they don't eat pork, they think they cool. But then there are some of them, some Israelites who are seriously involved with pleasing the Creator. They make prayer 3-4 times a day or more. They fast 2-3 times a week or more. They're serious about this way. They treat people with kindness, respect. People they don't even know. They're serious about this way of life. Is this person that you're trying to marry one of those people? Or is he or her a Shabbat Israelite? We got a whole lot of Shabbat Israelites. In the Christian church, they call them, what's that name they got for them? I can't remember. But these people will only really come out on the holy days. Easter, Christmas, Thanksgiving, all those types, when those people really come to church and worship and serve. And other than that, they live in their life. They on the streets doing what they do. We got that same thing in the Hebrew culture. We got the same thing. We call them Shabbat Israelites. That's what we call them, because that's when they want to get real with the Most High. On a Shabbat day, on a high holy day, or on a holy day. That's when they come around. Initial pursuit. After all requirements are met, 3-month period of supervised courtship, no physical contact, and getting to know one another's interests. A 3-month period of supervised courtship doesn't mean that that's the end of the courtship. A courtship should be no less than 6 months. No less than 6 months. But it can be as long of a courtship as that father prescribes for that daughter, or that spiritual leader provides for that daughter. In Islam, I believe they have it, they call it an imam. No, not the imam. I forgot the term that they use. But they have a spiritual leader over the woman, wali. They call it a wali. A wali is a person that's in charge of the woman until she gets married to her potential husband. A wali. He looks over her and he governs her. And that's who she seeks for advice and wisdom and knowledge. And here in our way of life, we have an elder, a spiritual leader, or a father. Preferably a father if your father is in this way of life, or even in your life. You know, the thing that amazed me is that a lot of men, a lot of males who are fathers have daughters, and they would rather their daughter be little hoes running up and down the street, screwing John, Jane, and Helen, and Bob, and Susan, rather than allowing their daughters to come into this way of life, to change their lives, to better themselves, and marry an older man. They won't open a mouth to complain as long as their daughters are living like everybody else. But the moment their daughter comes around and say, hey, I want to learn about the Creator, I want to learn about the Most High, and I want to change my behavior and lifestyle, but I want to marry a man that's 10, 15, 20 years older than me, then the father has a problem. I take offense to that. I think something is wrong with that. Because if you was really a father, you should have grabbed that child in her youth and said to her, no, we not having this. Sex is prohibited. That's something that you ain't going to do. And you should have been in that child's life to help that child. A lot of times the father's afraid that the daughter's going to end up being better than what he is. And you don't even know that. But a lot of times your own mother is afraid that you're going to end up being better than she is or she was in choosing you. But she don't understand that her job, he don't understand that his job as a father and as a mother is to make you better than them. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to give you a life that they couldn't have. So they're supposed to want you to have a better start in life than they had. Why would they want you to struggle like they had to struggle? No, they shouldn't want that for you. They should be pleased that a well-off, stable guy just might be a little older than you, but hey, what the heck? He's suitable. He has a home. He has a place to place you in, something for you to drive. He has a phenomenal relationship with the Creator. He understands that he's an Hebrew Israelite and how to treat women. He understands all those things. So why would you say no? A lot of times people do things out of jealousy or envy because they feel like you're getting something that they don't have. And a lot of people, especially in our communities, even our own blood sometimes don't want us ending up better than them. So we have to be mindful. We have to watch that. And that's a reality. All right. Continue pursuit even after the 3 months that you are courting the individual. At this point, a consensual decision has to be made by both man and women to continue the relationship with the intent of marriage being the final resolution. Or a decision must be made to continue or resolve the interest of the pursuit. Either we can stop the pursuing right now, or we can say, okay, we're going to court for another 6 months, and then after that, we're going to be married. Now, let me tell you this also so that you know. During the courtship, there should be no sexual contact. Did y'all hear me? During the courtship, there should be no sexual contact. You don't get to taste the goods for free and then decide whether it's experienced enough for you or you like what it does for you. That don't work. You don't get to do that. So there should be no sexual contact between the two parties. You might hold hands. You might even hug a little bit, but there should be no sexual contact. Because if there is, we mess up a whole lot of things. And we violate a whole lot of things, because if you decide you're not going to take her, then you just made her a harlot, a whore. And the Most High requires that you do not make the daughters of Israel turn them into harlots. So there shouldn't be any sexual contact, so that if you decide you're not going to take her, that you have no regrets. Oh man, I'm stuck with her. She was a virgin and I penetrated her and I did this. But now I find out she's not going to work for me because she's no good. Oh, man, what can I do? Well, my brother, there's nothing you can do now. Nothing. You're stuck with her for the rest of your life. You have to marry her. You know, you got to be careful about how you do, because you dealt deceitfully with her. You weren't supposed to take her. So if you get caught and you penetrate her and she's a virgin, you can't give her back and say, oh, I don't want her now. It don't work that way. At this point, consensual decisions has to be made. Additional 3-month period consisting of continual supervised courtship, no physical contact, role identification classes. Now we had role identification classes set up, conflict resolution classes we had set up. All other courses of required learning must be attended in additional to pursuit classes. You had to learn the basics of Hebrew. You had to learn how to cook and clean. And as a man, you have classes too. You also have to learn Hebrew, but you also have to learn how to deal with finances. There's a lot of things we do to build men up so that that family can remain prosperous and flourishing. You have to learn how to be consistent, how to be a man of your word, how to say what you mean and mean what you say. All these things you had to learn. You had to learn all these things. And that's how we moved. And this is how a community is supposed to move. Marriage or continued pursuit. At this point, a decision must be made to result in marriage or a request for continual pursuit. With all requirements of interest and pursuit fulfilled, a marriage agreement is drawn out, witnessed, and confirmed. A marriage agreement, which is a ketubah, is enforced by the Hebrew Israelite community on both a national and worldwide level, along with your existing state or government legal requirements, if you so choose. Now, I don't suggest anybody get married according to this government. Nobody. I don't require, we have our own marriage certificates. We have our own birth certificates. We have everything that we are supposed to have to show that you are legal and valid in this life. You get married to him, and I'm the spiritual leader, I'll write that down, and I'll give y'all a marriage certificate with a stamp and a seal on it, with 2 other witnesses. Well, 1 other witnesses, and you, the man. You have a child, we got marriage certificates that gives a little bit of your history, a little bit of your husband's history, and the doctors that delivered the baby, and the name of the temple that did all this, or myself, and we got a seal, we seal it, we stamp it, and it's done. These things are real. It's an indigenous birth certificate. One day I'll have a class and I'll present it. But we have them all. We got our own stuff in place. We serious about this, y'all. We're not playing with this. This is real. This is real, and it's binding. These contracts that we're talking about, you can take to the Social Security office, and they will respect it. We serious. This ain't no joke. Additional 3 periods consent. Okay. An additional 3 months period consenting. No physical contact. I did that already, didn't I? Yes. We on a marriage consent. With all required interests and pursuits fulfilled, a marriage agreement is drawn up, witnessed, and confirmed. Marriage agreement ketubah is enforced by the Hebrew communities of the nation worldwide level, along with your existing state or government legal requirements. But I told you, I don't require anybody to do that. I don't think you should do that at all. A request for continued pursuit may be requested and authorized by community leaders, pending on individual circumstance. A marriage ceremony is optional. You don't have to have a marriage ceremony. That's optional. That depends on what it is that you choose to do. And then you be fruitful and multiply. You start having children. But along with marriage, we have something called a divorce. And we had a divorce decree, this organization, we had a divorce in place, divorce or resolution of marriage. A bill of divorce may be rendered under the instruction of the Torah after the following has been fulfilled. Deuteronomy 24 and 1-5. You had to fulfill that covenant. You write her a bill of divorce, you put her out of your house, she's gone. Matters of divorce must be brought to council, judges, to evaluate the matter. Council/judges will be mediators who are righteously determined based upon Torah and righteousness what will be the outcome of the matter. Decisions of the hearing must be followed through by all parties involved. Divorce is the final outcome of an unequally yoked relationship that cannot be resolved but must be shunned to the highest extreme. Divorce is something we are supposed to do our very best to avoid. But if you're seeking counsel and the counsel is hearing how y'all getting along and how y'all fighting and how hell is breaking loose and y'all really shouldn't be together, and he says that that's what it needs to be, then that's what it needs to be. Let it go. That's what the purpose of counsel is, to give divine order and guidance. Let it go. If he says take a break for a period of time and then start the courtship all over again and see if y'all can get to work it out, then do what has been instructed of you to do. But you have to trust the counsel. And that's where a lot of people make their mistakes, because they don't. They have a problem doing that. Cain asked, was he his brother's keeper? The law in Leviticus tells us to love our brothers as ourselves and not to stand idle in the blood of our brothers, but to surely rebuke him. The book of Deuteronomy tells us to set up judges in our midst, princes of tens, hundreds, and thousands. And all this is the way for us to keep law and order. This is what Torah establishes, righteous order within most of our Mikdoshim temples. Today, the only order we have is one teacher and a congregation of students. The purpose of the delegation of responsibility to establish a better structure within our Mikdashim, creating jobs, positions, teachings, and schooling, etc. All right. Are there any questions? We're going to deal with some of the things that we got on the sideline. Let me put up a lot of the posts. Please forgive me because I didn't have an opportunity to read a lot of this stuff. So please forgive me. All right. The first one, I know a woman, Sister Saadia, has an arranged marriage, and she's been married for several years because when the family is involved, it motivates the couples to work harder. Very well. And I agree with you. Toda, and thank you for the comment. If he misses work, he misses opportunity to provide for wife. Sounds like scripture is saying he's not supposed to be over busy or go to war for 1 year to build a relationship, but wife. And that's absolutely right. The Most High is all about progeny. That's right. And therefore, being newly married and leaving your wife to fend for herself during her initial childbearing years does not sit well with the Most High. Totally agree. And Sister Natoya says something is interesting. Maybe she'd explain it. That's how Muslims do it, that order. Yes. Says, I have to contact Princess Medaya. Yes, she's here now, so you can contact her. She's here now. All right. I was just going to say, could you speak in the ceremony? Is it necessary? What if she's a virgin? Is it required? That's a good question. If this young lady is a virgin and she wants a ceremony, that's between her and her husband. It's not required, even if she's a virgin. It's not required. Okay? So a ceremony is not required, but at the same time, a ceremony is not something that we shun and say is such a bad thing. You can have a marriage if you're a virgin, if you're not a virgin, if you and your husband say yes, then it can be. Okay? All right. All right. Very well. Are there any other questions or comments? Alba, did you want to say anything? Sister Saadia, did you have any comments?
Well, I did.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just did want to say that it is a great topic. And again, it's something that I think has not been outlined enough in our nation. But again, it lets us know that there is an order set forth for how we're to proceed. We're just not just banging sticks together and just hope things work. And that there is an order, that there is structure, and that there is leadership capable of seeing this through and seeing it out, so that and again, like say, we shun divorce in any way, shape, or form. But like say, if it has to come to that, again, there's structure for how that's to be handled. I guess almost at one hand, but I think you had already answered Aim Kater's question about being more mature in this, because I was just kind of thinking back to like I guess my late Isha and I, we were like part of the odd statistic, because I was 18, she was 16 when we met, and this June would have been 38 years. So I guess we were the odd couple. But I do magnify the Abba for that time. And again, like say, and the wisdom is not lost. And so, like say, the great thing is that that there's great hope for those that are moving forward, those that are in existing relationships. I think this is great for them too, almost to kind of let them look back and even kind of revisit their commitments. And kind of one of the things I saw that that a sister had posted was that she was in a relationship, and at some point, sometimes like 5 years in, or between 5 and 10 years, sometimes the relationship can get a little stagnant sometimes, and that's where both have to be committed to keeping it active. It takes work. And so with that, whether it's arranged or whether you two meet, the young man comes and he approaches you, young man or older man, the man approaches you, and you begin your life together. It's important to help keep it alive, keep it thriving. Of course, keep the Abba first and foremost, and keep our love for Him. One of the key things that I had, that even as a desire, even I wish I had come up in this way, but I came up even throughout Christianity. But one thing that I did have as a requirement, that I wanted whoever I married, whoever I joined myself to love the Creator more than they love me. If they love the Creator more than they love me, and they love His Torah, then you don't really have anything to worry about, because they're not going to do anything to displease Him, and so then they're not going to do anything displeasing to you. So that's kind of key to having a successful relationship, and building from there, and then knowing that wherever you are, whatever state you're currently in now, it's never too late. It's not too late to build, to recover, because again, now you have a platform, and you have I'm persuaded from this point on, a better mindset of what you want, what you're looking for going forward. You can say, okay, like the one Cody said, she's already making a list and have made a list of things. And so you have that standard, and then you have those in place to help enforce things should those things arise. So I do believe that as a nation, we're getting things together tremendously, and that is a great thing. So total about for having me. I'll yield.
May the Most High be praised. Well, let me ask you some things, Abba. You and Ima, did y'all have family support? Her father, your mother, her father, her mother. How was that relationship? Or was y'all just doing it by yourselves?
No, initially, well, one of the we did have support from her family, and not so much from mine initially. But one of the things that I had made it a point to was that that when I approached her and approached her family, in fact, I had started calling her mama from the time I first met her. And so, because we had made up our minds, and even then we had already had the understanding that this courtship, we just not being boyfriend and girlfriend. You know, this is going to be we're tagging up for life. And so I made it a point that and her father was not the most approachable person, but I was determined. And so that's one of the things that again that I look at is that if a young man is going to approach me, I'm not trying to be the booger bear, but I don't want somebody coming to me like he's scared of me. I mean, yes, you're going to be reverential, or you're going to be respectful. That's a given. But at the same time, that I want to see that you like, sir, you know, even if I'm sitting there looking crazy, I may be doing it on purpose to see what he's going to do. I want to check his response and see, you know, is he going to back down, or see what he's going to do. And that's something that I noticed that a lot of the older, as they say, the older heads used to do. In fact, my grandfather related to me many years when he was up in his 80s, and I was already a full-grown man. Then he said, you know, sonny boy, he said, I used to try to poke you sometimes just to see if you was going to buck back, which I never did. And he said, but you never disrespected me. He said, you never reared up. You never did anything. I didn't know he was doing it on purpose. I thought he was just being mean at the time. But I mean, now I know better. But again, that relationship was what was good. In fact, during our courtship, our first actual date, if you would call it, was a fishing trip. So with the family, our first outing was with the family. And so the majority of the time we were with family, and we were surrounded by family. So that helps keep shenanigans to a minimum.
That's
and
right.
That was a key thing to be like say family oriented. And so yeah.
And that would be a part of what today's lesson was, that when both sides of the family, no matter if y'all close in age, you have to have both sides of the family working together to keep y'all together. That's extremely important. But what you said was your side of the family initially wasn't really into it, but her side compensated for what your side messed up on.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
Right.
that structure, yeah, you would beat the odds if you got family support from parents. If you got the parents supporting what you're doing, there's a large chance that you could beat the odds. But how many of us really rely on parent support or parental support in guiding and governing in our marriages? Not a lot of us. You know, a lot of us, we get somebody, we seclude them to ourselves. They might see somebody when we have an outing or an event, but other than that, family ain't involved in our lives. So, like with my one wife, Princess, I have everybody's phone number. That's her brothers, her sisters, her fathers, everybody. I have everybody's number. I can call them right now if I chose to and just say, hey, how y'all doing? They can call me if they chose to. We can talk, we can communicate. It could be a whole lot better, like we can go and hang out and go fishing and smoke some blunts. It could be a whole lot better, but it's not to that level. We don't have it to that level. But at the same time, we keep it open. We keep the relationship vibe going strong. And that's what helps the marriage go in the direction that the marriage is. No, we don't smoke. I don't smoke no blunts. You know I don't smoke. I was just joking. Trying to bring some humor to the relationship, the conversation. But on a serious note, you know I'm not smoking no blunts. And I'm not advising you to smoke any blunts. Get them blunts out your system, out of your life, away from you. Get it far out of you. I ain't talking about that. Yes, but family is extremely important when you're talking about y'all being together for an substantial amount of time. And family could also tear it up if you got the wrong kind of family, because a lot of times, like I said earlier, portions of your family could be jealous of what you got that they didn't have. And they can plant seeds in your wife's ear to tear your wife away. You always doing what he tell you to do. Why and she might defend you at the moment, but later on in her mind, she'll be thinking like, okay, yeah, they right, you know. And that's how seeds get in. The Creator says, sin lieth at the door, trying to get in, but you could destroy it the moment it raises its ugly head. Dismiss it and do the opposite of what it's telling you to do. All right. Any questions or comments? Sister Saadia, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Abba.
I'm sorry, just real quick. One of the key things, too, that I wanted to say was that, again, a thing that I definitely look for in a young man is this, because one of the key things that I did was that moving forward, that I wanted to, and I thought about even as it said, like say some families say, as long as you're happy, you know, but not really taking time to prove the man. My thing was this, that as a man, I wanted to prove myself to them and to the church, the place where we were worshiping, that I'm not here. At the time, I was in the military, and the military men already had a stigma against them. All they just dogs. All they trying to do is just come draw the women out. Because I was in the Air Force at the time. So yeah, all they want to do is draw the women out. Next thing you know, because there had already been situations in the congregation where there were some women that were there, got with a military man. He went and he was off to his next duty station. And next thing you know, they got either there's a child involved or it just went bad. And so my thing was, I've never been a fad chaser anyway. And I'm about breaking stigmas. And so I wanted to make sure that the family knew that I'm not just that guy, because I don't count myself as ordinary or just the average man. And so I wanted to let them know that even every time that I would go, I would even I guess it would say like a dowry along the way. I would bring gifts to the family. I would bring things to let them know, okay, I'm here, I'm present. And so, and that's one of the things that I wanted to impress upon them, and even upon our spiritual leader at the time, like say, look, no, I'm present, I'm here, I'm a part. I'm not just on the fringe, and I'm not just on the border, just so that I could come lure this pretty young thing away, and next thing you know, I got her, I win. No, it wasn't that kind of game. And so a lot of times people that are about those shenanigans, like I say, they're not there for any kind of endurance. Some people try to stick in for a little bit of time just to see if they can obtain the prize. But just like I say, with the things that are already set in place, and then even as a family having things set in place, anybody that tries to go the distance, if they're about not really serious or not really about commitment, they're not going to stay. They're going to eventually just kind of win them away. So shalom, and I yield.
That's right. You're absolutely right. Anybody that's not serious about it, they're not going to stay. They're not going to stay because it's too difficult. They got to prove themselves in too many ways, and the average person doesn't want to have to do that. Sister Saadia, would you like to comment?
I do. I agree with everything that was spoken about. With proving the matter, ensuring that the person is right. It comes with the best intentions, and I definitely appreciate with the elder saying in regards to him wanting to establish a relationship with his wife's family, and he put himself in a position to do so. It wasn't his wife that had to ask him to do it, and that's because his intentions were honorable and respectful. And I also would like to reiterate the importance of the family structure with supporting their children in marriage and finding the right spouse and being active. It is definitely like a business, and people should be verified as well before they join families, because that's certain covenants that you guys are joining into when you marry into other people's families. Like Prince, you mentioned mental health and physical well-being, but also spiritual health is definitely important too, because people are involved in different practices that that are contrary to the law, such as the commands of the Most High.
Very good. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. So there's a question on the floor. Can you speak on the sexist marriage debate and the so-called marriages that come from that? If a woman had been tricked by that logic, what is she to do? What would next step be? Okay. If a woman has been tricked by the logic, sex is marriage, then I would look at her face and laugh at her and say, you shouldn't have had sex. No, that conversation would be another class. We have to have a whole class on that, because that conversation goes beyond just me giving my opinion of the matter. I have to present scriptures and I have to present facts to substantiate my point of view on whether sex is marriage. But what I will say to you is none of us should be having sex with anybody that we're not married to. That I will say. None of us should be having sex with anybody that we're not married to. So that means all of my single brothers and sisters, you shouldn't be having sex with anybody. No prostitutes, no nothing. Stay away from that portion until you get yourself a wife, until you get yourself a husband. All right? Now, there's a lot of opportunity here for you, family. I'm going to say this to you. There's a lot of opportunity here because we have a lot of single women and a lot of single men. This ain't no Hebrew dating site, but this is a place where you can possibly meet your future husband or wife. Listen to people, how they talk. See if these people fit in with your agenda. Feel their spirit. Challenge them, test them, and see what's going on. Because it may be that you're sitting here right today with your future husband who will be bringing joy and peace and bliss to your atmosphere. Or your future wife that could be doing, she could be that complement to the little puzzle. She could be that piece to the little puzzle that you still have in your life that's incomplete. and you just don't know how to feel it, she could be that to bring that in. Okay? So don't count it out. You know, don't think, oh, he's married. That don't mean anything. In this culture, we believe in more than one wife. Now, I'm not putting myself on the chopping block like saying, yo, y'all, here I am. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that there are men, and don't allow yourself to be disinvolved or determined to find out if that man is willing to accept you, because just because you're a female and you look halfway pretty, don't mean that man is going to be willing to court you and see if you are a good candidate to be a wife. But don't count that out just because he's married or he got 1 or 2 wives or even 5 wives. Don't count that out, because he just may be in position, blessed by the Creator. He got 6 wives and he can still manage another one because his mind is sharp and his pockets is sharp. His spirituality before the Most High is sharp. So if he got all that going on for him, he's a hell of a man. And if he lets you in that circle for an opportunity to be his wife, you better not blow it, because you probably never get that chance again. And that's what I'm saying. So it is a good opportunity here, but also keep in mind, family, that there are a lot of men who are listening to this class that don't speak up. They know you, they see you, they're watching how you move, they're watching how you speak, and they just may approach you on the back end and say, hey, I heard what you said in class. Can I get your father's number? And they let you know that they about it. If they already got your father's number, maybe they need to text them and say, Shalom, Abba, what's up, man? I was always thinking. And there you go. And now your foot is in the door. And now you have that opportunity. Now it's between your father and that man. Yes or no? If Pop say no, then the question is over. Because that Hebrew man understands that your father is in this way of life, and he has the position to say so, if he's in this way of life. And if he's not, then so be it. But either way, may the Most High be praised. I seen something that I needed to put up. Okay, there you go. She said, if a married man approaches a single woman, shouldn't a single woman speak with his current wives? That's the man's discretion. That's totally the man's discretion. But my understanding is that that will be what's best. It will always be what's best for a man who has Nashim and is looking to bring in another Isha. Then yes, those, all the potential Nashim and the current Nashim should all have communication with each other. Absolutely. But the man doesn't have to do it. But if he's wise, he will do it, because that'll be what's best. And matter of fact, respectfully, the sister probably wouldn't even approach the man. She would approach the Nashim and see if they would welcome her in. Because if they're going to make it difficult for her, then she don't even need to apply, because the man still may say yes, but then he will be bringing tension in his marriage, and he shouldn't do that, being a man of wisdom. You follow me? But let's say he doesn't have an Isha. Say he doesn't have Nashim. Say if he doesn't, and his sister's interested, and his sister's sitting back waiting, saying, is he going to contact me? Is he going to contact me? He may never contact you, but you can let him know that you're interested. You can let him know respectfully that you're interested and leave it alone. Because if a man never knows that you're a candidate, that man may never approach you, even though his heart desires you. Just because he may have that discipline about himself. You know what I mean? He may have other people that he got to respect and honor in a different way. So even if he's thinking to his heart, yeah, I really like her, I think she'll be a good wife, but I ain't going to approach her, let him know that you're interested. If he doesn't have a wife, let him know you're interested. Just drop him a jewel. or mention his name. Leave it alone. You never know what may happen. He may be watching you. He may be looking at you. The Most High may have already set it up and established it, and you don't even know it. But I'm going to tell you one thing, sisters. Don't never chase after a man.
That's so true.
You drop a Jew and let him know you're interested, leave it alone. And if it's in spirit, if it's in his spirit, he'll reach out and he'll talk to you and he'll say, what's up with that? Can I get your father's number? And if he already got your father's number, he gonna be like, yo, hey, Abba, what's up? Father of such and such, what's up? And it's a wrap. And like I said before, after that, it's between them two. And they'll determine how that thing goes. And you may not even never know that man asked for your hand if your father don't approve it. You may never even know. You ain't supposed to know. That's why men talk. Because men establish things and women don't even know nothing about what we do. Don't even know. So there it is. Are there any questions, any comments, family? I was referring to a man. I was referring to the man approaching the single woman. Okay, Sister Saadia, I need you to open the mic and explain your position. Tell me what you're saying.
Shalom.
Sure.
I'm saying that if a brother approaches a woman, right? He's married and she's single, and shouldn't the single woman contact his, like, if he's trying to have a conversation with her about I guess his interest or whatever, shouldn't his wives be aware that he's having this conversation with a single woman?
Okay. Now, just so you understand, I need you to listen carefully, okay? A man does not need the permission of his wife to take another wife. He does not. So he doesn't have to have, his other Nashim don't have to know that he's talking to that woman. Okay? But to me, that wouldn't be a wise man. A wise man from the door should take that woman that he's interested in and introduce him to his Nashim and step off. Let them flow and see if it works and see how they feel about her. And if they don't welcome her in, he shouldn't welcome her in. He still has the opportunity to do so. Even if they say no, he still can say, well, I'm doing it anyway, and do it. And he can keep her on this side and keep them on that side and be very well comfortable in that marriage. That's a possibility. The wise man should always give his women the opportunity to see if they can relate together. All right? You got to stop that noise in the kitchen, please. It's too much noise. This is a very sensitive area. The spirits are aroused right now. So yes, that's what we have to understand, family. He don't need the permission of his wife or his Nashim to marry another Isha. He don't need their permission. But if he's wise, he will take their advice into consideration before he determines, I'm going to marry her anyway. So there it is. So now if he doesn't reach out and that woman is interested, as I said earlier, she can approach his wives, or she can approach him, drop a jewel, and step back and see what happens. All right? May the Most High be praised. Nasi says, all praises to the Most High power, first and foremost. Second, shalom and Shabbat shalom. I am a proud and good Israelite brother. Please clear this misunderstanding last week. You told Sister Mediah, take it down. I tried to clear it up last week, Nasi, but I guess you didn't hear me. You left away. What I was telling my wife to do, and I'll repeat it. was to take down your numbers, your email, so I can contact you, because you gave us some information to reach out to you. I made that clear last week, but I guess you probably was busy doing whatever you was doing. I said, babe, Ema, take that down for me. I didn't mean remove it from the page. If that was the case, I would have banned you myself, not took you down. I'd have banned you so you could never even log in again. That's not the case with you. That wasn't the issue. I wanted your information because what you were offering was something that we can utilize, something that we can use. All right? So please forgive me for the misconception. I tried to clear it up, but I guess you didn't hear me or something else took place. Well, may the Most High be praised. Thank you for returning. And if you got the chance now, you can post that information. Watch this, so my wife can take it down. May the Most High be praised. All right. Yes, Ema. And yes, wise men, they do. Because that's wisdom. Sister Chasey, did you want to say anything?
Not right now.
Not right now. Not right now. Not right now. Okay, Sister Chasey. Thank you very much. Sister Saadia, is there any other comments you have?
I would like to say that it's definitely a blessing to know what you guys are doing at Beulah Land, as I always say, but you guys always reveal a bit more information. And I think that's great that you have the sealed documents for new children, marriages, that is also withstanding in the Social Security or whatever department, government stuff. But and also the format that you have for courtship, like successful courtship. And my next question would be, because of the children that are going to be born and raised on Beulah Land, are you guys going to have arranged marriages for those children?
That's the ideal. That's the part about building a community, to have arranged marriages. In my opinion, arranged marriages work best. Remember earlier when I was speaking, I said, take love out the equation, the fantasy of love, that stuff you think is love. It's not really love, it's lust. That's what it really is. Take that out of the equation. On an arranged marriage, you don't even have to like your mate. You will learn to love your mate, as long as the situations work like they're supposed to, and the both of you are seeking after the Creator with all your intent. You don't even have to like your mate. Your Abba, your Ema, they understand that that's what's best for you. His Eba, his Abba, if all of those four parties are involved, they understand that that person is what's best for you. You can best serve that person, and that person can best serve you. So therefore, you don't even have to know the person. When they bring y'all together, you don't jump in the sack and start having sex. That ain't how it goes. They bring you together so y'all can get a familiarity with each other, get to know each other, get to understand each other's likes and dislikes, needs and necessities. So you'll get to learn each other so you can gel. Remember, that one that was 18, she packed up from her house and went to live in his house with him and his family, and they were both young, so that she can learn his way and how to serve him. She had to learn that. It just don't happen overnight. And in these types of marriages that we're talking about, in arranged marriages, that courtship might last 10, 15 years before they get married. I said to that brother that I was telling y'all about, Jose, I said to him, he just had a daughter. She's about 2 years old now. And I said, in 20 years, my son is going to marry your daughter. He said, yeah, I like that. He said, yeah, I would like that. So now we're working on whether that can take place or not. But you know, it's a whole lot to go here, and it's a whole lot to do in this way of life for her to meet those standards of being a good wife for my son. Spiritually, one thing I like about it is he doesn't eat any pork. He doesn't eat no pork in his house. So that part, we ain't got to worry about. Spiritually, I believe they live a different lifestyle, totally different book, but I don't know. I believe they do. Him and I haven't had those kind of conversations. But when a man takes a wife, she comes under his jurisdiction. So all that stuff she had before, she drops. And she takes on to the knowledge and understanding of him, of her man. And that's the way it is. So we'll deal with all those things, and we'll find out at a later time when that time comes. But that don't mean that's going to be my son's only wife. My son can have multiple nashim as long as he's able to do what he has to do for them, following his Abba's footsteps. Y'all supposed to be smiling and laughing right now. You know, it's a joke, you know. It's a joke. Y'all sitting there all straight faced looking at me. Look at Abba looking at me like, all right. Let's see. Okay. Now see. All praises to the Most High Elohim, first and foremost. Second, shalom, happy Shabbat. I want to be seen in a good light only, not a bad one. Oh, there's his phone number, and there's his email address. Very well. May the Most High be praised. But I think from your greetings, I think we've already spoken several times to text. And maybe we can try to reinitiate that conversation if you're the brother I believe you to be. All right. What is this? Cain, all praises to the Most High for the wisdom and structure of this conversation and the enlightenment it brings. I'm grateful for my Ab and the strong example he is able to be in my life. You have a phenomenal father. You really do. A man from the door that demands respect even without opening his mouth. May the Most High be praised. You see how we feel about you, Abba? You see how we feel about you?
Oh, I see. You know how I feel about y'all as well. Much love always.
Praise. Absolutely. All right, family, it's getting late in the midnight hour. Anybody want to make any comments? Anyone before we close this thing out? The floor is open. Let's talk.
Yeah, question from Shacy. Okay, so I may have missed this question earlier because I think you guys ran over it briefly. Did you say that so does the father have to approve of the marriage between you and your new husband? Or are you the one who is seeking you for marriage?
It would be best if your father approved of it. It would be best, but it's not necessary.
Okay.
It will always be best to get your father's blessing, but not necessary. In the example that we provided earlier, we provided a scenario that spoke about the daughter not being in the father's home, barely even being in association with her father, and then going to him asking, can she be married to a man that's 10, 15 years older, 15, 20 years, I don't remember the exact number, but much older than her. That was the example. It will be best if you show that respect to your father and ask that request. But if he says no, you already out there doing what you're doing. Why keep living in sin? Why keep doing that? There's an opportunity for you to change your life and get a better name for yourself. And if your father doesn't understand that, then you should be able to speak to somebody that can help to bring some light or clarity to whether you're moving against the Creator's wishes or you're actually moving in the Creator's wishes. Because you got to remember, if your father's not living this life, more than likely, he's not going to understand. If he's not living in this way, he more than likely won't understand, especially if he gravitated into heathen practices or the practices of this world. He's not going to understand where you're coming from. He can't see that. But if you got a father that's living in this Torah, living this life, and you an Israelite woman, and your father says no, then the answer is no. You don't even go no further than that. You let it go. You don't try to find somebody to compromise and get around it. If you can't convince him yourself, or that man that you interested in can't convince him, leave it alone. But that's if your father is living this way of life, serving the Creator to the best of his ability. then that's what it has to be. All right, sis? Does
So
that answer
what?
your question?
Yeah. So what is? Okay. So that would be anyone of any, like, say if your father is like more of the Christian affiliation, 7 Day Adventist stuff like that. That will be considered more heathenistic lifestyle.
That's absolutely that. That's absolutely true.
Okay.
He's not living this lifestyle if that's the way he lives.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's a difference because most Christians today, people with a Christian background and a Christian concept, tends to believe and live more toward the ways of this world, this society or the culture or the social system of this environment. And things of the Torah is foreign to them. They might be aware of it, but the majority of them don't live by these teachings. So there's a difference. If your father is not practicing the Hebrew culture, the Hebrew way of life, and living this to the best of his ability, but he's practicing Christianity or some other way of life, more than likely they won't be willing to move in a way of direction of righteousness in that decision. They will base it off of what they believe based on the Christian principles. And the Christian basic Christian. Now, there's a lot of Christians who understand that a man can have more than one wife, who understand that a man can marry a woman no matter how old he is. There's a lot of Christians who understand that, but the majority of them do not. And you can prove everything that we're talking about through scripture. But then a lot of Christians don't accept the Old Testament, they say. They don't accept it. They leave the Old Testament alone because they got a new covenant now, and they live by that new covenant. But if that man that you are interested in is any type of man, he will still want to have a conversation with your father, just to let your father know on record the type of man that he is, the type of character he possesses, the type of attitude that he is. You follow me? He have to make that known, because your father could be causing you to miss out on the blessing that the Most High has for you because of his own agenda or his own stereotype or his own confusion. So, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I don't think that your father's opinion is the know-all, be-all, unless your father absolutely lives this way of life. And if he does, and he says no, then it's a wrap. You don't pursue. You don't move any further, and you leave it alone. Especially if the other things are in place where the woman doesn't live in his house. The woman doesn't live in his house, the female, the wife, the potential wife, he's not providing for her. She's not under his care. They just talk every once in a while. Then he's really not that one. But, that's even especially because like I said, he was fine with her running the streets, committing whoredom all day, all night. But the moment that she now decides that she wants to change her life and marry a man that's older than her, or a man that has multiple wives, a man that has a different understanding other than the father, now all of a sudden the father want to interject in her life. Where was he at when she was sleeping with them 21 guys that she slept with in her life? Where was he at then? When did he speak up and say, no, this ain't going to happen? Now, if this man is actively engaged in her life and he speaks about these things and she just don't pay no attention to him, then she's out of order. She needs to be checked. And yes, he has a say, because he was engaged and he was telling her not to do it, but she did it anyway. Then yes, he has a say. But if not, why would he even, why say anything now? No reason to. He's afraid he's going to lose something. Afraid he's going to miss out on something. Afraid she's going to accomplish something without his need. And that's deep. That's serious. That's real. That happens. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Okay, Nasi, I got to ask you a question, Nasi. Nasi says, all praises to the Most High Elohim. First and foremost. Second, shalom, Shabbat shalom. He says, when I spoke about dietary facts in the past, too, I was laughed at and hated for all the wrong reasons. But that wasn't here, was it? You're speaking about somewhere else that you've experienced in your life? Because that wasn't here. I'm sure that wasn't here. So let me know if that's what you're speaking of. May the Most High be praised. All right, baby. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Are there any other questions or comments? I see that fire burning inside you. You want to say something, family? Somebody got something that they want to say before we leave, before we close this out. Because once we close this out, it's a wrap. I thoroughly enjoyed the class of today. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. I take it that there's no more questions or comments.
Real quick, Prince, in closing, as I even said on last week, like I said, we're to be the repairers of the breach, and there's been a great breach that's been pervaded upon our society, even in our nation. I was just kind of thinking over some of the comments that came last week, and one thing I could say here is that we don't have. I know people have had bad experiences in different congregations and different situations, and that's numerous. But I can say here is that that with everything that's already been presented, that it would be remiss if we don't take advantage of the opportunities that are here and that are being presented, especially when you have wise counsel, when you have those that are wise counsel and right ruling, I should say. Like I say, so really leaving away from this, there's no excuse to fall into any other types of situations, because if you do after leaving this, then like say, well, prayerfully nobody will, because it was a great. The takeaway is as it always is in the Shema, as the nation, we should always hear and we should always hearken. Hearken means to hear and do, so that as we hearken, as we take heed to what's been said, hold fast to the wisdom from those of us that have been down the road and looking back and say, look, I can tell you which ways not to go. Learn these things. And then too, knowing that even as the elders, there's still things that we're learning as well. But trust me, I think we've probably forgotten a lot more stuff than people have learned so at this point. So, but again, it's a great resource. And I think that and I'm thankful for being a part of a forum like this, to where this type of structure exists, because again, it's something that's needed, and it's something that I haven't heard only one other time that I can recall actually hearing something like this, because there's so many things going on in our nation and relationships that need to be healed. So healed, or basically resolution needs to be brought to it. So again, Toda Rabbah, it's just an honor to be here. And again, I love you all to life. You know that. Shalom.
Absolutely. And you as well. May the Most High be praised. Is there anyone else who has a comment or a question? Any concerns before we close it out? All right. Ishi, you want to close us out in prayer?
Sure.
All right. We're going to close out in prayer. Can we all rise, please, and face the east?
Sorry, I didn't mean to get on.
It's all right. Go ahead.
Toda Rabbah, Toda Rabbah, Toda Rabbah, our Most High, Ha Elohim, our Creator and our power. We ask permission to approach your throne, Most High. If we have this permission, our Creator, Toda Rabah to your high holy name for yet another Shabbat that we are up and accounted for. Thank you for the many blessings that we have received this day. Thank you for blessing us with the people on the panel, with Maisha's lesson, with all those who have participated and all those who have listened this day, even those who are going to listen later on, or days from now, weeks from now, months from now, Father. We thank you for allowing our class to be able to be heard and put out there for the world. Creator, we thank you for giving us the breath of life this day, for protecting us, our loved ones, our family, our friends, our babies, our elders. Thank you for seeing fit that we are alive yet this day. Your Shabbat, every day we give you glory, but especially your Shabbat, especially your holy days, especially your high holy days, we give you glory. We thank you for all the many things that you've allowed us to endure, that you have brought us through. And we want to ask and beg for your forgiveness and mercy of our previous sins, of our present sins, of our present iniquities, anything that is keeping us from you as a people and individually. We pray and beg for your forgiveness, and we pray for your spirit of strength to be upon us so that we may make better decisions. Thank you for the breath of life. Thank you for another opportunity. Thank you for your wisdom, for your mercy, for your love, Most High. We pray that the rest of the Shabbat be given, you get glory from it, and that our family, loved ones, and all that have participated today have a lovely rest of their Shabbat into the evening. Please protect us throughout the night, Most High, and allow us to wake up once again. And with that, we all say, Toda Rabbah, to you, our Most High, Ha Elohim, Heavenly Father, Toda Rabbah.
Thank you, Father. Thank you for that prayer.
May
the Most High be praised. Get those lights, please. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. And thank you, everybody, for coming in and sharing your Shabbat with us. We greatly appreciate it. See, the baby was praying too, huh? In his language.
Oh, is it off?
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom, sis. May the Most High be praised. I was listening in. Did you have any questions, Sister Sakari? Did you have any questions or comments that you wanted to have addressed? Or are we fine? All right. So with that, I think we're going to close it out. I don't think she has any questions. She's just letting us know that she couldn't be. She's fine. Okay. May the Most High be praised. Creator willing, we see you all again next Shabbat, 11 o'clock in the morning, and then 4 o'clock in the afternoon. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat shalom lakim. Shalom, shalom.
We should have an ending song. We should have an entry song and an ending song. Shalom.